Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Vale. ¿Sí? ¿Te atreverías?
Ahí está. ¡Bemba! ¡Es original! ¡Kimba! Ella va a bailar. ¿Quieres de mí? Origini. Todo para ti. ¡Hey, baby! Original y originini. Yo no tengo un cromo de panini. Si viene el Kimba lo reventó con el fucking altavoz. Si vengo por el liga, estoy con el chico para soltarlo bien tranquilito. Es el Kimana, el Kimaneto, porque tiene el ritmo y esqueleto. No vi, ella no vio nada. Cuando suelto ritmo parece en la boca nada. No soy un dragón, pero suelto llamaradas. No soy un cabrón, pero sueno que te cagas. Original y parecen bandadas de cuervos volando que viene a matar. Si quieres algo del magneto, siempre ves buscando un ritmo. Es original, siempre suena fresco. Lo mejor me lo merezco. No tenemos parentesco, golazos de parece popescu. ¡Ey! Original, el maneta ha llegado pa' soltar los ritmos sentados. Si quieres algo bueno, pues yo vengo de un pasado. Desde lejos, hace tiempo, no soy viejo. Estoy atento, estoy contento. El entrecejo, no lo ves, escondí hace tiempo. Original representa de radio, el Netflix de Europa. Pa' venir a reventar todos los escenarios y llevarme la copa.
Un aplauso, vamos. De Easy, haceme algo ya para culminar.
Hostia puta, tío, qué bueno.
¿Te dejo ahí mismo ese? ¿O te pongo otro?
Pónmelo del principio, va.
¿El principio, este mismo? ¿O te pongo otro?
Este está bien.
¿Este está bien? Vale. Desde el principio entonces. Ahí va, atención.
Estamos en AC Radio International Real. Hey, hemos vuelto a la casa del Real Netflix de Europa. Bomba claro, dice. Don't stop, everybody don't stop. Llegó el general para prender el club. Hey, sing it, boy, then yabadabadu. Con mi crew, solo tú, dame luz. Hey, sing it, badu. Don't stop, everybody don't stop. Llegó el general para prender el club. Sing it, boy, then yabadabadu. Con mi crew, solo tú, dame luz. Everything come through. Ooh, girl, think you better. I think you clever. Hey, stay, my fucking on nigga. Hey, girl, think you better. I think alone, my brother. Everybody come on, nego, hace radio, está fresco. Dice, mueve el cadera, mueve tremendo. Suena perfecto, filo becar. Suena perfecto, viene el del ritmo del ghetto. But the fuck international. Hey, nego, the fama, no really nobody. Si mueve el estilo, suena fenomenal. Suena bien guapo que viene los ritmos. En radio siempre suena fenomenal. Mueve cadera, mueve tremenda. Ese Kimaneto, el rey de la fiesta. Suena guapo, te lo digo, sacaría. Así que dale, on the freak, nego.
Disparo a millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas de la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar, piltrafillas, de no nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura, quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo. Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pata. Pero vinimos a mejorarla. Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad. Saben que no puedo cagarla. Y poner ritmo y los manos les toca cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina para probarla? Estoy aquel en el party donde se gata. Guata, que el guatan alma. Pepe muriéndote la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's a real love, man, I never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para allá favor, no. Tú podrás por miedo traicionar a tu familia, matar tu bro, sangre, si lo sabías, pero yo no. Familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, Rastafarian familia. Magna Boy, su familia, ya no maniga. Bombo cry, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los míos, Magna Gay, cual I fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los manas y saqué, cual I fire them. I gotta stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang in the street, fire burn if you know it. Rastaman over Illuminati play the kill. Stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang in the street, fire burn if you know it. Kick Ray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody, no kill them. In a creepy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a Christy style. Tally, the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familia, Rasta chai is familia. Kikray is familia. Pure nego is familia. Siku, Kimagneto, familia. Es el que está a la mínima. Familia, compacta almas cristalinas. Familia, Rasta Zion familia. Magna Boy que doblaste banner.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Yo. Can't go wrong with that intro, bro. At all. Let me say what's up to the family. Hey, shalom, sis. What up? Saludos. What up, Joe? What up, Warakuya? think you guys will like this topic today. We're gonna tackle a couple of things, mainly this right here. I invited some people. Hopefully they'll show up. It's gonna be an open forum in a way, family. I'd like to hear your opinion on some things. Joe, you're welcome to jump on. Guaracuya, you're welcome to jump on. Sis, if you'd like to, you're even welcome to jump on. Obviously there's no debating here or anything. It's not going to be a debating situation. If people jump on, they start trying to misunderstand each other. I may have to jump in and be like, yo, it may not go that route. I'd like to share and talk about some shit. Excuse me. Because I think it's important. But before we get started, I'd like to bring your attention once more to this. It's an awesome article. Here, matter of fact, I'm going to share it with you because I'm cool like that. Save it. Okay? This is from Library of Congress. All right? What they like to say is primary source. This is a primary source. Chronicling America. Image 1 of Port Tobacco Times in Charleston County. Advertisers. Port of Tobacco. Charleston County. 1850. In case you guys forgot, I'll read it again real quick. There is an article here. Okay, volume 6, by the way, number 48. Again, Port of Tobacco, Maryland, I believe. Wednesday, April 3, 1850. And it says specifically the 10 tribes of Israel. So before you guys go and get confused about why I'm starting to wonder about certain things and making some statements, I want you to remember that this is not far from me at all, right? I'm not saying that this is not who I am. I'm not saying that. On the contrary, mon frère. What I will tell you is that I am noticing that almost the entire world, many people from many religions are fighting for the New Testament, right? Heavily. Right? Heavy, fighting for it. But there's no major religions fighting for the Old Testament beliefs. There's no major religion you Old Testament and let's say the Tanakh and Torah believers against these major sects of things SECT. The majority is driven off of certain people's beliefs of their superiority, because that's really what it ends up becoming. So let's read about this real quick. What these people said about certain people in April 3rd of 1850, because it relates to that. Okay? Because the only way you even hear about the 10 tribes of Israel, or lost ones, is because of the Bible.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Let's begin. It says the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Major Noah, one of the leading and most intelligent Jews of this country, having been asked to indicate the probable location of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, submits the following highlight interesting views. You hear this? The subject, always one of deep interest, has occupied the research of most eminent divines and historians. Many years ago, Boudinot of New Jersey, which I'm sure you guys have heard of him, published a work of great interest called The Stars of the West, of course. Star of the West, that great book, in which he attempted to prove that the North American Indians were the descendants of the lost tribes. The work was read and laid aside with incredulity, okay? 40 years, however, have developed many circumstances and discoveries tending to confirm the opinion of Dr. Boudinot, and the work, though out of print, is one which to the curious would imply perusal. We have never doubted the fact. You hear this real quick. 9.5 tribes were carried captive from Samaria. 2.5, Judah, Benjamin, and half of Manasseh remain in Judea, or in the Transjordan cities, and the latter constitute the 8 million of the existing nations. All that we know of the route taken is from the second Esdras, an apocryphal book, one of great antiquity, and one entitled to respect. The notice runs thus. Let me pause. Before anybody can assume that you're somebody You got to really relate, show, like really have those traits. This is not just somebody that's shooting from the hip and saying, "Oh, well, fuck these fucking natives, these piece of shit Indians. They're the 10 lost tribes." No, it's because of the custom, the way they carry themselves, the way they raise their kids, their children. You know what I'm saying? And the way they speak. Hello. It's not based on emotion. It's based on what they're actually seeing. Whereas thou sawest another peaceable multitude. These are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea. This is 2nd Ezra 13, 40 through 45. Whom Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, so they came into another land. This is why when you read Hosea, or like Hosea's Hosea, basically, it's a phenomenal book. It's the way that you're throttled down, but you're broken down, throttled down, but like revived again, so to speak. That's why when you get into other sections of how people have used, our great knowledge, is by getting influenced by our knowledge and suggesting how the seed works, which is where the parables come from. They took this counsel among themselves, and they would leave the multitude of the heathen into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statues. That they might there keep their statues, which they never kept in their own land, Assyria. And there was a great way to go, namely a year and a half. Now, in here, right, it doesn't actually say Arsareth in the land or something, in the region was called Arsareth. They don't show this to you, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you something real quick, because as it continues to say, they marched towards the northeast of Asia. Some remained in Tartary, and many went into China. Okay, now let me show you something real quick. Here is a book, David Ramsey Map Collection. I've shared this with you guys before, from 1587. Let's magnify this a little bit, because we're already here in this section. Okay, so he's talking about going here, right? Asia, right? Tartary is this section, but here's where it gets interesting. Arsareth. Okay, so we see here Arsareth. Now, it doesn't show that here, right? Namely, a year and a half. But if you go to the Bible, you could find it. Let me go to 2nd Ezra 13, 45. It says this: "For through that country was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, and the same region is called Arsareth." Now they don't show that here, but this map of 1587 is clearly telling us where Arsareth is. Now it says it's a region of Arsareth. Okay. In other books, you guys will read where it says streets to Yanian. That's where they with the Israelites crossed over. But here we see Arsareth. Now, ironically, which is kind of not ironically, the interesting thing about this also is that it has a unicorn. Now, if you read Deuteronomy 32, and I believe 27 verse 28, it talks about how Manasseh and Ephraim will be like the unicorn, or like which one is it? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can grab it. If I can't find it, somebody can help me, man, that'd be great. Because I think it's Deuteronomy 32, 27, if I'm not mistaken. Is it 32 or 27? No. Hold on. 28, 27, 29. Hold on, somebody help me, please, man. Because it's regarding it. And Manasseh will take them to the end of the earth, I think, something to that effect. And let me see. Can't remember if it's 31. Let's see. I know it's in 20. Hold on. Gee, maybe not, man. You guys don't know either, huh? Thanks for helping. Just messing with you. Shoot. Let me try one more. Anyways, let's continue. So it says Arsareth, right? So the whole point is Arsareth. Let me not lose track of this stuff. So, like, if you can see, by the way, it's also, you see Tarsi or Tartarus or Tartary. There's a couple words here that say, there goes Tart, right? So you see that name here a lot. Skimbina Tart, right? So this, look, Tartary. There you go. Hold on a second. All right. So we can find out exactly where Tartaria is, right? So you see where it says Tartary? Okay. So when you consider this right here, right? It doesn't say that. Let's not get stuck. Let's continue. I shared you the map. I think it makes sense. They marched towards the northeast of Asia. Northeast of Asia here. Okay. And they're saying this is a fact. This is what they know for a fact. They said, look, like there's no doubt, right? And they're like, well, you know, also from the verses. So let's continue. Some remained in Tartary and went into China, and many went into China. So they're talking about the Israelites left this region over here this way. Some stayed here, and some kept going this way. Okay. And we saw Arsareth is it's right there at the corner. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, that's 1587 map. That says where they had been 1600 years and are numerous at this day. The main body crossed at Bering Straits, or Straits of Anian, to our continent. The more hardy keeping to the north, Hudson Bay, Greenland. The more cultivated passed down to the shores of Pacific, through California, through Central America, Peru, and there they met with their old enemies. Hold on, this is where it gets twisted. The Phoenicians, Canaanites, they say, right? Who, having discovered the country 500 years previously, had formed colonies, built the city of Palenque with pyramids like those they had erected in Egypt, in Cholula, Otamba, Basabla, all that stuff, right? So now, here's where it gets really, really, curious. Where did they get this story from? That's the question, right? But let's continue. Then it says, existing in this day and proving that they were built and settled by those who had erected Tyre, Babylon, or Carthage, right? So they say, but let's continue. When the tribes of Israel encountered their old enemies, they fell upon and destroyed them the second time. And when Columbus discovered the country, he found the various tribes of Indians, whose origins was unknown. These are the missing tribes. That this is the opinion of Adair, Heckwelder, Charlevoix, Mackenzie, Bertram, Smith, Beltrami, Pendleton, Manasseh Ben Israel, the Earl of Crawford, Lopez de Gamara, Acosta, Major Long, Malvenda, Bunade, and all eminent writers and travelers. We trace the march of the tribes through Asia to this continent. After 800 years, we find the red men of America bearing strongest marks of Asiatic origin, not Asian. Asiatic meaning from where? The Israelites. Hello, because that's still Asia. And divided into 300 different nations, remarkably for their intellectual superiority, their bravery in war, their faith in peace, identify them to be the descendants of the lost tribes by following religious riots. Because even if you just say, like, whatever, we're Aztecs. Okay, Aztecs had religious riots, meaning like they were very observant of the way they kept things. And that is recorded. Peculiar to all Indians and to the Israelites. So that's why they consider the similarity between the natives here, indigenous, and the people over there, or Israelites, so to speak, because of the fucking obsessiveness in their religious riots. Nah, I was thinking more of Deuteronomy like 32, I believe, or 37 maybe, Deuteronomy 32, 37, where it's talking about Manasseh and Ephraim will take, the whole tribes to the end of the earth, like a horn, like unicorn or something like that. Anyways, let's check this out. Peculiar to all the Indians and to the Israelites. Okay, so check this out. So the natives here, this is in an actual report of 1850. All right. Remember, in 1848 is when Mexico is losing a lot of their territory because of, we've been through these historical, experiences already, man. We've read about them, right? There's a lot more involved than just government. There was a lot of trickery, man. Freemason lodges working in between themselves from here in Mexico, bro. I'm telling you, it was deep. But check this out. Their belief in one God. Yeah, that's it, bro. Deuteronomy 33:17. Thank you, dude. Thank you, man. That was it. 33:17. It says, His glory is like the first link of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth, and they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, the 10,000s of Manasseh. That's why when I was speaking about this here, Arsarith, right? Being Arsarith, and here is a unicorn. So, I'm just saying. But that was King James only, That's funny, dude. So it says that their beliefs in one God, in their computation of time by their ceremonies of the new moon. Now, whoever claims that Aztecs weren't keeping the lunar, yeah, they were. They were following time based on the lunar as well, not just the sun. Okay, because they kept the actual lunars as the seventh day. I'm not going to dig through my books, but I know for a fact, and I'll do it in another class. I'll prove it to you guys. In the division of the year into 4 seasons, there wasn't that many nations. Hardly anybody believed in the division of 4 seasons. You know what I mean? They didn't believe in that. In their erection of a temple, having an ark of covenant. So there was such a thing here as having an ark of covenant. And also in the erection of altars by the division of nations into tribes with a chief or general sachem at their head, by their law or sacrifices, ebulations, I believe, marriages, ceremonies in war and in peace, prohibition of eating certain things, by traditions, history, character, appearance, affinity of their language to the Hebrews. This is not some random person that just this is an actual article here that they posted to the people for them to realize. Language to the Hebrews. And you know what? I have a book. Hold on. And I've shared it with you guys. I've shared this book with you guys before, and I've thought about doing a class just on the book itself, you know what I mean? Because of how many words are so similar. But when you look at the word Jacob or Jacob, I mean that's a word that the Quiches pronounce. I'm sorry, the Mayas. Jacob, Jacob. Jacob Balaam, they called him. Jacob Lord. Maybe I will do it like that, bro. I mean, I actually did share that with y'all. I shared you guys that name, that information. It went pretty deep. You can't ignore it. Then it says here, and finally, by the everlasting covenant of their heirship, exhibits a perpetual transmission of its seal in the flesh, a custom only of late relinquished. All the Indians on the American continent, from Labrador to Cape Horn. Hold on. All the Indians on the American continent, from Labrador to Cape Horn, are the descendants of the tribes which Ezra said went into a further country. Some of you guys look at it too in a religious way, like, oh, they were Christian. No, bro. It was just like the way that you conduct yourself in a household, man. You raise your kids right. You make sure that your daughters aren't fucking hoeing around. You believe in the Creator. You pray to Him. You ask for help. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. Like sometimes maybe it is just a spiritual thing in a way. Mr. Caitlin, who lived several years ago, several years among the Indians. I'm sorry. Of the Northwest, that's like, California, Oregon, assures us that the Mosaic laws, traditionary with them, were strictly enforced. And William Penn, who had no suspicion of their origin, says, I found them with like countenance of the Hebrew race. I consider these people under a dark night, yet they believe in God and immortality, I believe, without the aid of metaphysics, meaning without the aid of understanding what metaphysics is about, like the transcending of spirits. They reckon by moons.
Wait a minute.
Que alguien me explique.
Hold on a second. Hold on, let me go all the way up. They reckon by moons. Hold on. By moons, offer their first ripe fruits. They have a kind of feast of tabernacle. They are set to lay their altars with 12 stones. They mourn a year and regard a Mosaic law with regard to the separation. Like the sex part with their wife, when she's in her time of the month. These are the missing but never the lost tribes of Israel. They resided in California when the ships of Solomon made their 3 voyages and furnished the gold of Ophir. Which, by the way, I've showed you guys a map. I've showed you guys several times a map of that 1500 era. And it showed how they listed Japheth with no Roman numbers, Ham with alphabetical letters, and Shem with numeric numbers. And Ophir was number 19 in mostly this continent. And furnished the gold of Ophir for building the temple. They reside there still, the settlers and proprietors of Mexico, Peru, and the whole of America. They had been there centuries before the advent of Christianity and patiently await the promise of redemption. I didn't say that. They said that. Redemption is important, family. See? So this is an article speaking about the 10 tribes of Israel and how they got here and how these people in 1850 understood that. And they said, we have never doubted the fact. You guys probably getting tired of me pressing the button. I don't care. We have never doubted the fact. The people that doubt the fact is you guys, especially when you got these other nations like, oh, that's me, and you dumbasses believe it. And you want to know why you believe it? Because you believe stuff like this. So now let's begin. We're going to cover some of this stuff real quick, and we're going to jump into that real quick. And hey, by the way, you guys are more than welcome to come. I'd like to hear your opinion on some of these topics here, because I think it's only fair. You know what I'm saying? I think it's only fair. We're going to go here real quick, and then we'll jump here. I feel like kind of going here, maybe going back. Hold on a second. Let me see. Yeah, let's do it here, because I think we did that last class. Okay? Let's see what we got going on here. Because, again, the main topic, I just wanted to cover that. The main topic is this, man. Black truth uncovered, meaning dark truth uncovered. Again, I said it, man. There's no major religions or powerful people that are fighting for the Old Testament belief. But you got powerful people fighting for the New Testament belief and ignoring the Old Testament. Matter of fact, they're like saying, yeah, you can have the Old Testament. Now, it ain't Judaism either, because they do Talmudic shit. So that doesn't count. Let's go.
The birth of the child in the gloomy cavern is also depicted in both Mithraic temples and Sabasian art. Here, on the right hand of Sabasius, we see the mother giving birth to the child in the cave. And again, in the Mithraeum in Ostia, an identical image of the child and the mother is present. The god Ion is in many ways a syncretic god of Mithras and Dionysus, which I will show shortly. And keep in mind, the rise of the Ion cult is running parallel to the Jesus movement at the end of the 1st century through the 5th century. Ion, as we see in this artwork, dug from Antioch, Syria, dated to the 2nd century, showing Ion at a supper with 3 of his disciples called Chronoi, although it turns out that these Chronoi are 3 avatars of Ion himself, representing the 3 cycles of time, past, present, and future, and an almost trinity aspect of the god Ion, if you will. Similar images of Jesus can be found during contemporary times. Jesus, young, not bearded, often looking like a magician, sitting at a supper with his disciples. This is also common among Dionysian paintings as well as Mithraic. We can easily determine the influences of the Dionysian on the Ion culture, and I think this is just the same influencing of the Dionysian on Christianity. This was the cultural milieu in which Christianity grew up in and competed with. Here at the Museum of Chicago is an early Jesus sculpture. It appears very feminine and was thought to be a goddess or a woman when first discovered. Only later did they realize that this was an early statue of Jesus, but also based on an earlier model used for both Apollo and Dionysus. Putting them side by side, you almost can't even tell that they are separate deities. Similar statues are used for Adonis, Mithras, Attis, and Ion. These savior gods are competing, but in the pagan world, they are synchronized.
There's always like a serpent wrapped around them, a serpent.
Macrobius in his Saturnalia argues that Apollo and Dionysus are the same god, born at the winter solstice, and he says they are both called Yao. Apollo is the same as soul. These things which we have said of Apollo may also be thought to have been said of Dionysus, for Aristotle, who wrote the Theologomena, called Apollo soul and Liber Pater Dionysus are one and the same god. He goes on to say, for in the sacred arcane religion.
Let me show you something real quick. This is a picture of Sol Invictus. Okay, I didn't make this up. You can actually find it. This is a picture of Sol Invictus. What does that remind you of? It's like Jesus. You know, look at what he's standing on. How is that any different? Like a dove concept. And that thing has like, what the hell is that? I don't even know what that is in a forehead. Oh, and by the way, look what it's on. A checkerboard. Really? Really?
Religious observance is held, so that when the sun is in the upper, that is, in the daytime hemisphere, Apollo is invoked, when in the underworld, that is, at night, Dionysus. Now these differences of ages are related to the sun, so that at the winter solstice, December 25th, this god is a newborn child, Macrobius. In the next passage, Macrobius calls this syncretic deity Yao, which is the same name of the god Yahweh in the oldest fragments of the Greek Septuagint found in Qumran. Citing Orpheus as his source, he says, Zeus, Helios, Apollo, and Dionysus are all one god called Yao, the supreme deity, the mystery.
All trying to be a supreme god. The supreme entity of the world. Right? The funny thing is that in their pantheon, Roman pantheon, they have a supreme god and then they have sub-gods. And they don't believe that you can like worship the supreme god. They believe that you have to worship the sub-gods to get to the supreme god. So like the sub-gods are like here to communicate. They're like your mediator, your in between. You know, like familiar spirits type of concept. Because like anybody that says that's different, no, it is. If you want to communicate with the other world, you need a familiar spirit. That's crazy, bro. Like you guys aren't even seeing that in Christianity, and that's what Christianity is telling you to do.
Mysteries must be kept hidden and far from the uninitiated. But if you possess little wisdom in our restless mind, understand that the highest god is Yao, who is Hades in winter, Zeus at the start of the spring, Apollo, Helios in summer, and gentle Bacchus, Ya'o in the autumn, Orpheus. The chant Ya'o was a common Bacchic chant that was shouted during Dionysian revelry and festivals, being the precursor to the Roman Yo. Interestingly, this.
So here's where I'll pause for a moment, and I'm gonna disagree with him, because like that's no, dude. You see, like you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that either. You know. Hold on. What the fuck? Get on that way. Hello, dude. Come on, brother. Come on. Okay, here it goes. Come on, bro. What the fuck, dude? What's going on with this? Okay, all right. Watch this real quick. So it's not true. Okay. The only time you see that name Yao is not mentioned by anybody else. All right. Now they do say something to the similarity to it, but let's read it. Thus is recorded that among the Aryan. No, oh, by the way, this is Diodorus Siculus. If anybody wants to ever, get the sources of Diodorus Siculus, like you go to the source first, and then you reference what you're reading, because you cannot show stuff and then all of a sudden when you go to the source it doesn't say any of that shit. So you got to go to the source. Here we see in 1.94.1 it mentions, thus it is recorded that among the Aryan Zarathustis or Zoroastrians claim that the God Spirit gave him his laws. Among the people known as Gatea, who represent themselves to be immortals, Zalmoshis asserted the same of their common goddess Histea. Watch. And among the Jews, Moses referred his laws to the God who is invoked as Yao. They all did this either because they believed that believed that a conception which would help humanity, it was marvelous, all divine, or because they held the common crowd would be more likely to obey the laws of their gaze, were directed towards the majesty and power of those to whom their laws were ascribed. But so the Jews of those times, not Greeks or other pantheons, were ever mentioning this name. So I don't know where he's getting that from, because this is historical. Like I've never really found much that could tell you that this is true. But hey, you know what? Again, you gotta look at what you're looking at. You gotta read what you're reading, and you gotta also use the reference, or you find a reference of what they're actually saying. And if it ain't true, then hey, maybe they're stretching the truth, or maybe they're stretching the line.
This title for Ya'o, for Dionysus, shows up again in the Chaldean oracles in relation to the Semitic Phoenician language. Dionysus, or Bacchus, was called by the Chaldeans Ya'o, in the light of the world in the Phoenician tongue, and he is frequently called Sabaoth, such as he who was above the 7 poles.
We know that Abraham came out of the Ur of the Chaldees. Like, in case you guys don't know that, here I'll remind you, because even Joshua himself said it. Joshua 24:1 says, and Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem, and gathered all the tribes of Israel. And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel together at Shechem. He called the elders, the leaders, the judges, and the officers of Israel, and they came into the presence of God. Joshua said to all the people, "This is what the Lord God of Israel has said. Long ago, your ancestors lived on the other side of the Euphrates River and worshipped other gods. One of those ancestors was Terah, the father of Abraham, and Nohar." Now, where exactly is this place? The other side, by the way. Here, hold on. Let's do a classic. Historical, hold on. Landmark, maybe. Hold on. Let me see if I got a better map. Scripture 1. Timeline. Nah, we'll just go to this right here. Okay, so we see here the other side of Euphrates is over here. So the descendants of Abraham, okay, came out of the Ur of the Chaldees, out of the lineage of Shem, from people of this region. Not people over here, not in West Africa, not in North Africa, not in East Africa, not in South Africa, not in Europe, not nowhere near China or Russia or Poland or Lithuania and Germany. No, right there. Okay, and come on, man. So when you read and understand history, things won't be that confusing anymore. Then I took Abraham, verse 3, your ancestor, from the land across the Euphrates and led him in through the whole land of Canaan. And I gave him many descendants. I gave him Isaac. You see? Now, once again, Chaldeans, Abraham understood the name of Yah or Yahoo. But let's continue.
Called demiurge, Chaldean oracles. This syncretic Dionysian god was so widespread during the first 3 centuries of the Common Era that his presence was felt in every corner and beyond the Roman Empire.
So this particular religion, but it's not far-fetched from other ones. This is what they all kind of like, assumed and believed in. You think that these people, Lusitania, believed in the same thing Noricum believed in? No, hell no. They don't even agree on their own religions. It's Christians, man. You got, Christians, you got Catholics, you got Apostolics, you got Seventh-day Adventists, you got Protestants, you got the Puritans, you got evangelicals. You know what I'm saying?
In Corinth and in Athens, the Dionysian religion of Codus was called bapti or Baptist in English and practiced water immersion rites and Eucharist involving kykeon made from beer and wine, grain and vine. The character of Jesus Christ in the Gospels, though based on a historical person, is still in direct competition with the syncretic religions of the Roman imperial cult, Mithra Sol Invictus, and Greco-Syrian deities like Ion, Adonis, or Egyptian Seraph.
See, that's what I'm saying. So you have the baptism of water, which is only in the New Testament. Okay? Look. Baptism. And again, you guys are welcome to jump on, man. I'm here to have a discussion with people about what I'm finding and like what you believe in. But here are the facts. Baptism is only in the New Testament. That's it. Matthew 20:23, and he said unto them, ye shall drink indeed of my cup and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with. But I sit on the right hand and on the left. It is not mine to give, but it shall be given to them for whom it is prepared of my Father. For baptism. How come there's no reference in the Old Testament regarding these verses? And that's what struck me the most, fam. Usually you go to a verse and there's a reference about that verse regarding whatever the topic may be. Now here it says, hold on, let me move it over here this way. Though every living creature trembled and the earth be shaken, I will keep his foundations firm. Psalm 75:3. See, it has nothing to do with that, right? If you look, I'm here clicking on the verse, any reference of Old Testament? Nope. Matthew 21:25. Nope. Mark 1:4. Nope. Mark 10:38. Nope. Really? 1 Kings. John did baptize the wilderness and preach the baptism of repentance for the remissions of sin. So if there was a baptism of repentance, right? Let me see. Hold on. Let's see if the referencing makes sense. Mark 1 and 4. No, hold on. Mark 1 and 4. Mark 10. Okay, so Mark 10:38 says, but Jesus said unto them, ye know not what ye ask. Can you drink of the cup that I drink of and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with? So they are referencing 1 Kings 2:22. Let me see what it says. Why do you ask me to give Abishag to him to the king? You might as well ask me to give him to the throne. What does that have to do with it? Are you looking for special treatment for yourself? Don't do it. I am bringing disaster on all people. Like, is it really? Like, specifically? No. Far-fetched, by the way. Now here it says, Jeremiah 25:15, the Lord, the God of Israel said to me, here is a wine cup filled with mine anger. Take it to all the nations to whom I send you and make them drink from it. It's not saying the same thing here. Ye not know what ye ask. Well, I'm sorry. Mark 10:38. Jesus said to them, you don't know what you are asking for. Can you drink the cup of suffering that I must drink? But here it says that what is just supposed to be doing in the first place.
Who are you?
First you say, can you drink the cup? You understand? Can you be baptized in the way that I'm going to be baptized? But Jeremiah 25:15, which is referencing it, says, here is the wine cup filled with my anger. Take it to all the nations to whom I send you and make them drink from it. Now, he doesn't go say, break bread and drink wine. He didn't say that. Now, Isaiah 51:22 says, and the Lord your God defended you and says, I will take away the cup that I give you in my anger, and you will no longer have to drink the wine that makes you stagger. So in Isaiah 51:22 says, you're not going to drink the wine that makes you stagger. But in the New Testament, which does not reflect the Old Testament, says to eat bread, drink wine. Thought we weren't supposed to do that to make you stagger again.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
What up, family? What up? How you doing, brother? Let's I think we're almost covering this part, and that's it. Let's go.
Purpose. In a similar way, the legends of Augustus and Caesar, although based on real people, are also modeled off different mythologies like Romulus or Apollo. At this time, when Christianity was on the rise in the Roman Empire as the main competition of the Greek mystery religions and the Roman imperial cult, there was another reoccurring holy symbol of iconography, like the symbol of Christ on the cross. This symbol was central to the cult of Mithras Sol Invictus, the image of Mithras slaying the bull. Mithras, who is also equated with Apollo by both Persians and Greeks, as shown here, and the inscription that shows Mithras Helios Apollo.
I'm glad that he showed that picture. Matter of fact, I'm glad he showed that picture, man. Shit, I was just looking for it. Where are you? Oh, that's right, that's right. Hold on. This right here. So we have, I can always go back to that. Let me look for this right here. Mithras, right? Check this out. Oh man, I hope I don't take forever to find it. I had the picture earlier too. What a pendejo. It's gonna take a while. Especially how it's acting all up like this. I need a better computer at this moment now, family. I need to invest in a better computer now. There is a picture where you have Mithra and that other character, right? So these two characters, okay. Hold on, let me see, maybe let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Would that good? Would that work? Antiochus? Just can you spell it like that? No. Okay, you can. Well, maybe not. Hold on. Let's see. Maybe the anti will help. Let me find it, dude. Okay, here it goes. Back here. Antiochus 13, 14, 26, 27, 25. Yeah, I think it was page 14. Watch this real quick. So this is what he's talking about, but backwards, or no, almost in a sense, right? But now check this out. And King Antiochus and Mithra. Now this should blow your mind, because when you read the Bible, you don't realize like what the fuck they're. Oh, excuse me. You don't. Well, I'm not even cussing in front of it. Anyway, you don't realize like what exactly they're saying when we're talking about like, okay, so what are you saying this? Are you saying that? So what do you mean by when you say this particular thing right here? Right. So, like, I think this is the verse that I'm looking for. Yeah, this is it right here. So, if we look into verse, 2 Maccabees 4:12 says, "For he built gladly a place of exercise under the towers itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjection, and made them wear a hat." Who is that? Who are we talking about? We're talking about people that were under submission. They were under the submission of who? Verse 7, but after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus, called Epiphanius, or Epiphanius, took the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, labored underhand to be the high priest. Verse 12, for he built gladly a place of exercise under the tower itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjection, and made them wear a hat. Now, why did I have to read that? Because you can see this hat that he's talking about, right? Now, nowadays, people wear a hat as initiation, like to college and shit, and you graduate, whatever. Like that's another form. And now, such was the height of the Greek fashions, and increased the heathenish manners through the exceeding profaneness of Jason, that ungodly wretched and no high priest. At this time, this was Mithra worshiping. Yeah, jump on, bro. Go ahead, jump on. So basically, if you have the Mithra religion with its, breaking bread, drinking wine, resurrection, savior concept, dove descending through baptism of water, that is all Mithraic Krishna religion. Matter of fact, where you get the name Jesucristo is where you see Jesus from the Druids and Krishna from the Hindus. So this is why it's important to pay a close attention to the things that people are saying. Let's see if he goes any further on this. I just want to show a little bit more, and then we're going to move on to the kind of in the same subject, but another page.
Next to King Antiochus, but there is also a Dionysian layer that is even more interesting, and I think it shows close proximity to Christ as a sin offering. An inscription reads, Christos Pater Kai Garos Eboisan, consecrated by Father Christos and Garos. We see Mithra slaying a bull, with a snake and a dog feasting on its blood. In the corners we see Sol and Luna, who are also equated with the twins Apollo and Diana Lucifera. Identical images like this are found all throughout the Roman Empire. Thousands.
So here, when you kind of see like what it means, when he's killing the bull, he's killing darkness, and he's the angel of light, the messenger, right? The morning star. Like, this is all relative to what they're saying in the New Testament. That's why in the New Testament, they're not even considering God anymore. Not at all. It's about Jesus and Satan.
Thousands even. Sol and Luna are also flanked by Lucifer and Vesper, like angels bringing light. Crobius tells us that Janus, the two-headed god of time, is the Latin version of Ion, but he also says that Janus is linked to Saturn or Chronos, time, just as Ion is a time god. More on this later. Etched on the bowl is the name of Dio Sol Invictus Mithrae, God Sol Invictus Mithrae.
God, Soul, Invictus, Mithrae. Like, we're not making this shit up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, yo. For real, yo. It's like, do we have to lie? Let's be honest, family. Like, this has been in our face all this time. All these like all of these mystics speaking of your faith, and you're kind of like, no, I don't know. Are they correct? Bro, it's like literally right in your face. Again, let me tell you, brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? You that are married, you married your wife. You made her because you love her and because she's unique. You'll never find another. You feel like, she's the one. She's like the only one. Right? So she's unique. That's why you love her and you give her everything because she's unique. She's your woman. Right? Then your faith should be no different. It should be unique like nothing else. However, when you look at the Christian thought process, you're like, whoa, wait, hold on a second, man. I'm in love with a hoe. Bitch, you've been around. Like your stories, like your stories, like in this religion, and that religion, and this religion, and that religion, and that religion, and this religion. How can I really sincerely consider you as someone sincere? You're not unique. What up, brother? What up? Hold on, let me go. You're not unique in the sense of like, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, what's up, bro? Good to have you here.
¿Qué pasó, señor?
What up? What up? What up? Hold on a second,
No.
man. Hold on. Let me give you.
¡Viva México, cabrones! That's right.
Yeah. Anyways, what you guys to say, bro? Go ahead, man. Jump in. I'm talking too much.
Oh, just chiming in, man. You know, it's something that we all need to question. What is the New Testament and how does it apply to us? Has it been tainted? And if so, what verses were tainted and what was their purpose of tainting it? Is there original script that goes back to before it was ever altered? There's a lot of questions that we need to know,
Well,
and
right.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No. You go ahead. Keep going. Go on.
And then what you've been bringing up, we've touched on this many times, um, we've understood that the Israelites were going through certain curses, and everybody, they say they're throwing themselves into the slavery pool. I was a slave. These people were slaves and all this other stuff. But
No. Hold on. They weren't slaves. They say we was kings. We was
right,
kings.
right. But when you read the fine print and you start looking into the details, like the customs, and then our eating habits and stuff like that, it starts
Yeah.
to fine tooth who we really are. So, that being said, we don't really need to prove who we are at all. We already know who we are. We are, the most highest, apple of his eye, and stepping forward from here, our job is to create a kingdom for our children, and we are the you know we're the grunt force that is taking the shots. We are the grunt force that is setting the stage for our children to take over this kingdom, but it all starts at home. So
Right.
you're doing an
Like
awesome job,
a
brother.
lot of us can't be saying like a lot of crazy shit, and your
Hmm.
house is all dysfunctional. Like
Yes, sir.
you can't be doing that. That means that you're teaching people bullshit because I really don't even know how to explain it. I think I understand where you're coming from because it takes it's an everlasting kind of knowledge, like consistent growth, right?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, it's like we don't even have to go to the curses or anything, bro. Like at this point, we're beyond who are those people in that book. We can prove it with our eyes closed.
Right.
Now we want to go deeper because while these other
Yes.
people are stuck in like, oh, Jesus, whether he's white or black, bro, was he even in there in the first place? The way that they told you,
Or God had an afro.
right? So
You know what I mean?
because remember, keep in mind, man. You know, even here, I'm gonna use it as an example. With regards to the belief, because some people may say, "Oh, so you don't believe in the Messiah." I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you is what they gave you. It's not real.
Right. It's fed information.
It's
right.
it's said information,
Mhm.
and the Jesus that you're reading about is not the one that what's in there. And you want to know why I kind of feel strong about saying that too,
Hmm.
is because then why is it that these Judaic people in their Talmud denigrate this man if he
Right.
wasn't important,
Facts.
right?
Yeah.
So obviously there is something about this particular person because the story emerged from this particular person. I mean, like, you don't just like think about this shit out of thin air. You know what I mean? Something had
Right.
to happen.
Right.
Something had to trigger it, and then all of a sudden it manifested.
Right. He might have been the the LeBron James at that time. Everybody was talking about him. Everybody wanted to
Hey,
be
don't say
around him.
that, bro. You get
Yeah.
that's funny.
Well, the Cesar Chavez, you know what I mean? Let's just say the Cesar
I
Chavez.
know what you mean. I'm messing
Yeah.
around. I'm messing around. But anyways, go ahead. Keep on. I mean to stop you.
Yeah, I mean, and what we're trying to do, guys, is build a consensus on our path because the Bible has got too many holes in it, and I think it's time for us to fill in the gaps. It's
I think specifically the New Testament has a lot of holes in it.
yes, sir.
I don't think the Old Testament. I think obviously discrepancies here and there based on what we read, but there's a lot of other books outside of the Old Testament that confirm the Old Testament. Like for
Facts.
example, Jubilees.
Mm-hmm.
Jubilees confirms the Old Testament in a lot of, not the whole Old Testament, but like a good portion of the Hebraic, experience and the division of nations and shit, and the whole marrying and the lineage of
Languages.
Shem and the languages.
Mhm.
And I think it's specifically really referencing the lineage of Shem. It's like
Mhm.
identifying the lineage of Shem because it talks about, hey, look here's all the nations they separated, blah blah blah, and then here's Abraham, and it talks about Abraham, predominantly about Abraham, right?
Right, right. And it would be nice for those Old Testament brothers that that had given you a hard time like a month and a half ago. It would have been nice for them to kind of shed some light on our discoveries. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, you're right there, man. Oh no, you're wrong there, sir.
Well,
It's this. It would be nice to kind of.
I mean, but honestly, bro, like, well, I mean, I did invite him, but it's like I told you before, man. Nobody can convince you. You have to do your own soul searching and
Yes.
your own research. What I wanted was like an adult explanation, not a kid show. Not like give me a little bit here and it's like BHI concept, like Christianity concept. Like, no, bro, like I'm engraved in this understanding. Like I grew up with it. So tell me, what is it that you see that I'm not seeing? Okay,
Right.
they didn't want to give me that information, so I took it upon myself. Like, what the hell, what the hell? Then I guess you could say I started praying more and more and more, and I'm like, yo, you know what? Where am I at now with you, Father? Like what? That's what I was saying. Like, where am I at with you? And
Right.
then like something sparked, something said, kind of like, stop ignoring the obvious. Like, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm like,
Okay.
all right.
Okay.
And then next, I start really because I'm okay. I'll give you an example,
Mhm.
and I share this with you, bro, because we talk now, man.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I told you, and I've shared it in the past too, not in detail, but I used to when I was young, I used to do sculptures. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Right.
So
Right.
so I used to go to the library over there in Oceanside and grab myself some books to like do sculpting out of clay. And
Mm.
the only books that were available were Roman books,
Mm.
about Rome. So
Mm.
guess what? I'm very familiar. I like the history, and I have myself several books on Rome and Egypt, because I like that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like as I'm looking through these things, bro, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Is that like what the fuck? And then next you know, man, it started dawning on me. And again, maybe some people agree with this or not.
You were seeing some patterns.
Right. And you know what? The spirit beareth witness.
Mhm.
Like it started to wake up because I do believe in that.
Mhm.
That my spirit is not. It's not just like this. It's like not just one time.
Right. It almost feels like a dormant
Right.
door, and you're opening it. It's very interesting.
Yeah. So let's see. Do I even have it? Maybe I'll find it later. Anyways, you want to let me play this real quick. If you
Sure.
want to pause,
Handle
let
it.
me let me know when you want to pause. All right, just let me
Handle
know.
it.
All right,
Handle it.
all right. Let's go. Hold on. Hey guys, let me also family. If there's an echo, let us know real quick if there's an echo. Okay.
And at the head of the bowl is the words Nama Sabazio. In ancient Indo-European dialect, it states, "Give thanks to Sabazius." It turns out that this bowl represents Sabazius, who is Dionysus, who is the offering that brings salvation. In numerous texts, Dionysus or Sabazius
Who brings the offering, who brings salvation. I mean, and look, keep in mind, fam, that at this time there was a lot of religions. Okay, people weren't just like believing in like one religion. There was many religions, small, big, large. You know what I'm saying? Weird, whatever. I don't know if they're all wicked, like in a sense of like sacrificing and shit. But there was many religions, especially at this time, and even after. There is history. Matter of fact, I think he might have mentioned it in this video. I don't remember. I think it's time to move on from that. That he had talked about, different beliefs. Like people believe in Apollonius of Tynia. He was a Greek philosopher, religious leader from the town of Tynia, and he was a miracle worker. This is where it gets interesting, okay? All right, he's a central figure in Neo-Pythagoreanism and was one of the most famous miracle workers of his day, quote unquote. His exceptional personality, his mystical way of life, which was regarded as exemplary, impressed his contemporaries and had a lasting cultural influence. Numerous legends surrounding him and accounts of his life are contained in the extensive life of Apollonius. Many of the ancient legends of Apollonius consist of numerous reports about miracles that he was said to have performed as a wandering sage with his lifelong companion, Damis. To make it worse. You guys don't surprise me at all, ever. So then it says he was tried for allegedly having used magic as a means of conspiring against the emperor. After his conviction and subsequent death penalty, his followers believed he underwent heavenly ascension. Most modern scholars of antiquity agree that Apollonius existed historically. You see what I'm saying?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
What you got to say, Job? Yo, got anything else to add? All right, I guess he's not here. So when you consider all of these things, it's like, okay, what we got going on here? Hold on, let me see. I'll show you this real quick. This one, actually, I just moved that for a second. Dionysius, born of a virgin on December 25th. Now, you can take people and say, that's Christian talk. Okay, sounds good. Killed and resurrected after 3 days. That's not the killed and resurrected after 3 days is not Christian talk, by the way. Give me a second. What happened, bro? I was gonna pull you in. I just needed some time. Go ahead and click back again. There you go. Hold on a second. Hold on, fam. We got a visitor. What up, man? How you doing, bro? What's your name? Where you from? Oh, you don't got your mic on. I don't know why that happens, man. Honestly, with me, but Job is fine.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, but you got to unmute yourself, bro. That's why. Job, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Did you unmute yourself, or was that me?
No, you had me on mute when you were asking me what you think. I was trying to communicate, and I
My
couldn't.
bad. I didn't even know that was. I didn't know I did that on purpose.
It's all good.
Shit, my bad, bro. My bad. Hey, somebody tried to jump on. What I was trying to tell him is like his mic is off. I don't know. Sometimes that happens with certain people. They try to come on and their mic is off and shit. Okay, so what do you got to say about this? Well, not what you got to say. But what's your opinion on it? What do you think?
On this little piece that you just brought out.
Right, here, I'll read it again. Diagnosis, born of a virgin on December 25th. Now, I'm like, most people would say, well, that argue against Christians. Well, that's just
Right.
Christian belief, right? Okay, sounds good. Killed and resurrected after 3 days. That's not Christian belief. That's in the New Testament. So,
Right.
so
Well, that sounds awfully Christian to me.
that sounds awfully Christian. And it's Dionysus. That's not Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Hold on.
A ver, que alguien me explique. Who are you?
So do you want anything? Do you want to add anything else before I continue reading?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's this and there's other stories like the Enuma Elish, and there's other stories that kind of say exactly the same thing that you were just talking about right now. So there's more than one that just say that, or actually more than two stories that say the exactly same thing.
Again, if you get married to your beautiful wife, right, you would assume that she's unique. No one
Facts.
like her. No one like her. No one talks like her. No one acts like her. No one makes you feel like, you know what I'm saying? That should be the same shit here. But it's like, hold on a second. I'm sorry to say it like this, but I think I married a hoe. You know what I mean?
A ver, que alguien me explique. Who are you?
I think I married a hoe. Because the New Testament story is not unique. It's like everywhere. Check this. There are things that haven't been implemented by men to the book. I get it. But there's things in here that are like that you can read in it. Dionysus was born of a virgin on December 25th on the winter solstice. Now, exclude December 25th, and if you read just like the translation of current New Testament believers, you would assume that she's what? A virgin. See or no? Hello?
Virgin. Sorry.
Virgin, right. It's okay. Then it says, he is the son of the heavenly Father. What the fuck?
A ver, que alguien me explique. Who are you?
Who's that sound like so far?
Sweet baby Jesus.
Jesus!
Sweet baby Jesus.
Baby Jesus! Oh, Lord. As the holy child, Bacchus was placed in a cradle, crib, manger among the beasts. Holy shit.
A ver, que alguien me explique. Who are you?
Come on, bro.
Man, that's double dribble, bro.
Boom, boom, boom.
You can't be doing
Double
that, bro.
dribble.
That's double dribble, bro. that is too funny, bro. How the stories.
You've been
That is
cheating
just
on
too. And,
bitch. Hey, hold on.
sure
Wait,
there's-
hold on. Bitch, you been cheating on me? I mean, what do you want me to say, man? This is not good, bro. Like, I'm being funny now because I think I'm in a better state of mind regarding like what I'm reading, you know?
Facts.
But
remember
earlier,
how you were before? You kind of just grasping at straws. And I told you, hang in there, brother. You got it under control, and look what you got now.
I'm not saying I was paranoid. I was just confused. Like, what the fuck?
I know, man, but you just need a little, a little bit of help. Just a little bit of, hang in there, my friend. And you're doing good, bro. You're doing solid.
Well, I mean, I think that's why I thought, and we talked about let's bring some people on board, and then kind of like give us an idea of like what you think about this. Because
Mhm.
I think it's important, bro, that people know. Like you're attacking their faith when you say, "Ah, you're lying. That shit is a lie." Okay, sounds good, but why?
Mhm.
Why is that a lie? Okay, so
Mhm.
like it's like don't just say it's a lie. Tell me why it's a lie. Because like I really want to know. You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me bring somebody else. What up, son? How you doing? What's your name? Where you from?
Hello.
We can hear you, bro.
Hey, it's me.
Mm.
I'll be real.
Hey, what up, son?
I
How
just
you
came
doing,
as the
dog?
son, as the son.
Hold on a second. Oh, I see. Hold on.
Que alguien me explique.
Hold on. I got one more for you.
That's right.
Anyways,
And,
man.
yeah, you had called me like a few weeks ago talking about this. When you were like, you're gonna talk about it, about the New
Yeah.
Testament, the Son, and everything about that. What you're talking about right now.
Yeah, man.
And I brought up, I think we were talking about Ezekiel 28:13, I think it was, and I told you how the king of Tyre was a being who was in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah. That's
And
that's called. He's anointed as well in that shit. He's a
yeah,
cherubim.
and no man can be live that long if he was in the Garden of Eden, supposedly.
Nah. I look. There is. Well, let me let you finish your point. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I know
N-
there's some people that disagree on that, but I just brought it up.
well, no. There's some people that here. Let me go to it. There's some people, and I used to be one of them. I think I didn't really bring it up too much, but I did kind of sit on it for a bit. Like, okay, is it really saying that? So in Ezekiel 28, right, it's mentioning Tyre often, how they were kings of certain areas. And it almost seems like it is talking about some people, but then it gets into the verse 13 where maybe it's kind of changing the story, or it's actually explaining who was behind all this. You get what I'm saying? Because here we see Ezekiel 28:11. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyrus, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord God, Thou sealest up the sum full of wisdom and perfectly in beauty. Thou hast been in the Eden, the garden of God, every precious stone. So that at that point, I'm like, okay, hold on. That like this is not no, person. This is a different entity, right?
Mm.
At this point.
Mm.
So that's why, when you see the prophecy against the prince of Tyre, so is the prince of Tyre being governed by a typical spirit that fell from the earth, that fell from, Eden? You get what I mean? It's like, that's why it's you got to be very mindful of it, because I think here goes verse 14. Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth. That's not a human being, bro.
Who do you think that being is? That cherub? Is it
It's a beaner. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dog. That's not.
One of the
I don't.
highest angels.
Right.
It's one of the highest angels. The highest you can possibly get.
And he ain't.
Cherubs.
And he ain't on your side. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like.
And I know
This
you were bringing
motherfucker.
up
This motherfucker's badass, basically, bro.
I
Yeah.
know you were bringing up this Serapis Christos, in
Right.
Manly P. Hall, in that book, The Secret Teachings of Ages.
Right. Yeah.
He was saying that some of the people in the mysteries, they believe that Serapis was androgynous too. That's why he wore the drape, his
Yeah.
that clothing.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, because I have a couple pictures from. I was just mentioning how I kind of accidentally grew up looking at these Roman books, because I used to mess around with clay, and then in the libraries they only had like Roman shit, right?
Yeah.
So here it says, this is from a book I have. It's called Roman Empire. No, hold on a second. The Illustrated Encyclopedia of the Roman Empire, chronicling the rise and fall of the most important and influential civilization the world has ever known. Okay, there, buddy. Sounds good. All right. So on page 427, it's basically Serapis. So as you can see, I spent some time with this book, right? I've had it for a long time, bro. Like, not recent. I've had it for years. And it says here about Serapis was a holy syncret deity invented under the Ptolemies, who inflated Osiris, Isis consort, with the sacred Apis bull. The resulting god, the Osor Apis or Serapis, then became identified with the dynasty and with Zeus or Jupiter. Worshipped in Alexandria as a bearded man, Serapis was seen by the Greeks as a healing god, similar to Asclepius, the Greek healing god who was introduced to Rome in 291 BC. Sick people went to his temple to be cured through divine dreams in a process called incubation. Now, I just want to pause for a second, real quick, before anybody says anything. I went through several pages, right? This is all about Roman gods, like gods of Rome. But it's all the same pantheon, right? Correct? Christianity is no different, brothers. All Christians are Christians, right? They're all the same pantheon. They all believe in different God concepts, but they're all the same pantheon. Anyways, let me continue.
Facts.
Then it says, meanwhile, and supposedly connected with this, but in reality perpetuating a far older cult, Egyptian priests continued to worship Apis in Memphis. Vespasian ruled AD 69 through 79 AD, titled himself the new Serapis when he launched his victorious bid for the imperial throne in Alexandria, 69 AD. Later, Caracalla, 211 AD through 17 AD, built an impressive Serapeum on the Quirinal Hill in Rome. So that's kind of the whole idea of Serapis here. But go ahead, bro. I just wanted to read that. Go ahead. You're good. You good, son?
Who is this, for the other gentleman or for me?
No, he was mentioning it. Hey, all be
okay.
revealed. All be revealed. Give it away. Because you were mentioning. There you go. No, you were mentioning Serapis. I just wanted to read that. Go ahead.
No, some of the people in the mysteries that Manly Peace Hall said that they believed that he was androgynous. That's why he wore the
Yeah.
that thing. And the thing is, he also had like feminine features of face. It's crazy how it's coming down to this. Everything's.
Yeah, did you know that the Roman gods had a Negro god too?
No.
Yeah, page 421. That's
Damn.
that's your Negro god right there. You cannot say you don't know these people anymore at all ever again.
Oh, and I think I
Damn,
brought
man.
up the last time that the Pope kneels before the Black Madonna and the black little baby
Right.
Jesus, whatever.
Right.
And we don't know who that is, but I keep thinking that might be Nimrod, at the tower.
Oh, it is. Look, listen, Nimrod, Lucifer, Jesus, it's all the same enlightenment, bro. Because remember, they're against the creator. They enlighten people. Like, look at me, I'm great. Let's build this. Look at me, I'm Jesus. Let's build this. Look at me, I'm all these other gods. Let's build this. Like, if you just see the concept, once more, it just repeats itself over and over and over again. Now,
Yeah.
you know what gets interesting too? The Old Testament doesn't necessarily talk about celibacy, does it?
No, sir.
Right. You know who talks about celibacy? They do. It's
Oh.
called the Vesta and the Vestal Virgins. So what these people are is basically nuns. But these nuns, Vesta was the goddess of the domestic hearth and sown field. She was linked with the Greek goddess Hestia, a notable chaste goddess. In Rome, she was served by 6 patrician girls who were chosen by lot at the age of 6. They were required to serve for 30 years from the age of 10 in special atrium Vestia, the house of the Vestal next to the circular temple of Vesta in the Forum Romanum. That's still happening today in the Vatican, in every church in Christianity. The Old Testament doesn't require that. The Torah, the Tanakh don't even talk about that. After that time, they were free to marry, though few did, as they were considered too old. The Vestal virgins were, however, much respected. Their main duty was to keep the goddess sacred flaming their main duty was to keep the goddess sacred flame burning. And their chief restriction was their vows of chastity. Any Vestal virgin who broke this vow faced whipping to death or buried alive. Apparently, only 20 Vestal broke their vows in over 1,000 years. Those are nuns. Those are nuns, bro. Anybody got something to say about that?
I mean, last time I told you that, all these Christian religions are just branches of Rome, which we all know already, basically. Doesn't matter if it's Protestantism or evangelicals or Jehovah Witness.
There's this is the one that we're kind of what we're looking at regarding the Mithras, right? So the cult of the sun, and this is why Christianity was adamant about changing the seventh day rest to specifically one day that fell on Sunday, which they created. You know what I'm saying? You can see how there were many religions in these times. And by the way, the New Testament, right, the way you guys have it today, wasn't there at that time. Or was it, guys? Was it? I mean, at least I don't think so. So now check this out. This is from Iranian religions and beliefs, Mithraism, Mithras and Mithraism, okay? You can hear it from them themselves. It says that, hold on, Roman Mithras were perhaps the greatest rivals to early Christianity for many reasons. As well as being a popular pagan religion practiced by the Roman army, Mithraism had many similarities to Christianity. Look, this is, as you can see, bro, right? Who are these people? These are like, it says like gente de allá, no? Like, right? Iranian people, right? Persian beliefs, all of these things. This is their history. It says here, Mithra was born of a virgin, remained celibate. His worship involving baptism, partaking of bread marked with a cross, and wine as sacrificial blood. You only find that in the New Testament. Held Sundays sacred, that's Christians. And Mithra was born on December 25th, that's Christian. Mithras calls themselves brothers and were led by a priest called Pater or Peter, Peter the father. A symbol of the father were a staff, a hook, sword, or a ring, or a hat, like that pagan stuff. These similar. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was going to say the mitre hat, like the Pope.
Yeah, the mitra. They call it mitra or mitre. I don't know which one it is. Mitra, I think it looks like the fish, the mouth of the fish, right? So then now let's move on to this real quick. It says the shocking truth about Jesus, Horus, and Mithra. So let me start off by telling you a story first. I don't want to get into all of that, right? Because they already say that. There's one section here, like, watch this real quick. This is where it gets interesting, okay? It says Horus and Mithra. He was born of a virgin December 25th. He was the birth announced by a star in the east and was attended with 3 wise men. He was a child teacher by the temple and was baptized when he was 30. He had 12 disciples. He performed miracles. He walked on water, transfigured on a mount. He was crucified, buried, and tombed. And here's the thing that's why I was saying to myself, like, we've heard this before, right? We've all heard this before, bro. But none of us really, at least me, I didn't take it upon myself to do the research. And then when I started doing the research and actually got real material from like real history books and shit, I'm like, holy shit, this is true. So what happened to my unique wife? Right? What happened to my unique wife? Wasn't born of a virgin. There was no East Star. There was no 12 disciples. Crucified, buried, tomb, and resurrected. That should be unique, and it's not. He was called the way, the truth, the light, the Messiah. God's anointed. From virgin birth to resurrection, the story of Jesus Christ is merely a retelling of the stories of God who predicted. Well, we know it's not just here, but it's several. I think he got it from this movie called Zeitgeist Addendum. Krishna. All same concept. All the same concept. Dionysius was the son of Jews and mortal woman. So basically, he's saying Dionysius was a god, spiritual god, and the mom, like Jesus' mom was mortal. He came down and had sex with her. That's what the Christians want to tell you, that some spirit came down from the sky and, molested Mary. Here's another straight scary story, family. Okay. I'm going to say this right now, bro. Counterfeit Israel, how Satanism is running rampant in the Holy Land. This is in July 11th, 2025. It said, in the Negev desert, beneath the black sky of Israel's southern frontier, there's a fire that should never have been rekindled. Thousands gathered under its light, painted, pierced, and possessed. They formed tribal circles around the massive effigies built for destruction. Idols shaped like serpents, beasts, distorted gods, or geometric thrones. Women writhed to the rhythms of drums, their naked bodies smeared with ash and symbolism. Men scream invocations with flames roar upwards, consuming temples erected for sole purpose of their own annihilation. This is not art. This is not cultural expression. This is not a secular celebration of creativity. This is Midburn Israel's official offshoot of Burning Man, that is literal resurrection of the fertility cult of Canaan. Woo! Revived not in secret, but with pride, ritual, and ceremony. Midborn takes place in the very wilderness where Yahweh once thundered his commandments from Sinai. It is hosted on the same soil where Israel once trembled in the presence of the divine fire. So you see what's going on here? In Israel, the occult is everywhere. But to think Midburn is the end of it would be misunderstood. It would be to misunderstand the scale. Midburn is not the exception. It is a public face of a deeper spiritual disease that has infected modern Israel, from its politics to its parks, from its synagogues to its schools. If the fire of Midburn are the new high places, they're merely the visible tip of the Ashereth pole. Beneath the surface, and increasingly above it, Israel is being ritually rededicated, not to the God of Abraham. Well, I mean, you never were part of that, but to every deity which he once condemned by the name. The gods of the Amorites, the spirit of Babylon, the demons of the wilderness, they have returned. Wow. And the evidence is not spiritual. It's not spiritual metaphor. It is criminal and literal. In the 1990s, Israeli authorities uncovered a satanic cult operating in Rishon LeZion, one of the nation's most populous cities. It wasn't a fringe group of deranged teenagers in a makeup. It was an organized ritual ring. The police found evidence of animal sacrifice, ritual sex acts, acts, blood pacts, the invocation of dark spirits chanted in both in Hebrew, excuse me, in Yiddish, fuck faces, and Latin. Teenagers were resurrected. Teenagers were recruited and branded. Cemeteries were desecrated. Local rabbis warned that Satanism was spreading, particularly among the among the youth. Why do I keep fucking making up words? But even as law enforcement tries to contain the headlines, the fire kept spreading. Now, I wonder why you would think that this would happen. Well, because obviously, you know what I'm saying? You're over there fucking practicing the Talmudic shit. Right? Oh, no. What up, Joe? No, man, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Yeah, go for it, bro. Go for it. I've been reading enough. What do you got to say?
Well, I was just I think what we should do is probably have more dialogue, man. I think what we're reading here is a little too coincidental when it comes to the Bible. It almost seems like we're reading another version of the Bible we haven't heard of. So I think maybe we need to start questioning everything now.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a little too
Right.
scary, though.
Right.
Because
No, well, you know what? Matter of fact, I would say don't use that word because remember, everybody feels that, right? The moment they run into it. No, it's not scary. It's not scary.
oh
It's
yeah,
good.
we talked about that. We talked
Right.
about that.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
scary. It's good. It's good. You know, it's like everything in life, bro. If you're not, if you're too comfortable, then that's probably a problem.
Right,
You know,
right,
self-examination does not require comfortability, bro. Self-examination requires the opposite of being comfortable.
right. And that's what makes you a refined warrior. You know what I mean? You just got to be able to go through it. You know what I mean? And face whatever comes your way, because a lot of this truth is not going to be sitting well with you. And then when you dig in a little bit further, you're like, oh man, I misunderstood that. You
Right.
know, and then you kind of fix yourself a little bit after you put yourself in that situation. Like, oh damn, uh, man, okay. And then you read a little bit further. Oh, okay, cool, never mind. So it's one of those discoveries. I think this channel is very important, bro, because a lot of people don't, they're not very savvy when it comes to the Bible.
No, they're
And
not. Here, I'll give you
yeah,
one. I'll give you one. I'll give you one where they're not savvy. This is where a lot of our people, a lot of our gente, you know, you like go to these camps or you run into these people claiming that they're Israelites. Okay, sounds good. Let's analyze 3 verses that reference specifically the verse that they always run to, right?
mm, mm,
So, when you dissect the Bible deeply, you go to Deuteronomy 28, especially with these fake ass people, right? They're like, oh no, man, look, we the people,
mm,
we're the people.
mm,
And they go, Deuteronomy 28, excuse me, 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again by ships or with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. And they go, see, that's us. Okay,
mm, mm, mm,
right?
mm. Yep,
Okay.
yep.
But then they go, Deuteronomy 28:60. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou was afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. You see, we got diabetes, we got high blood pressure, you know what I'm saying? All that shit, right?
Mm,
Okay, because it says Egypt, correct?
right.
Right. But then when you go here, verse 27, the Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, with the emeralds, and with the scab, and with the ears whereof thou cannot be healed. So you ask him, when the fuck did you get smallpox here in the America?
A ver, que alguien me explique. Who are you?
Then they say, oh, well, all the curses didn't happen at the same time, Og.
Right, right, right. And then, what was I gonna say? Dang it, I forgot I was gonna say
But
something.
they're referencing Egypt. They're referencing Egypt.
My brother he just texted me, threw my freaking chain of thought off. Damn it.
It's all good.
Oh, I'll remember. I'll remember.
So this is, but no, hold on. But it goes back to this. Like, this is the concept, like, or the understanding of what you're saying. Like, if you don't really read the Bible, these little things will get away from you. Just like, okay, so you embrace verse 60 because, it says Egypt and you guys are sick. You embrace verse 68 because it says Egypt and it talks about ships, but you don't want to embrace in the same chapter, verse 27, because this is Egypt and smallpox, and you never went through that. On the contrary, mon frere, you brought that dirty shit here. You know what I'm saying? You want me to tell you, bro? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yep. So, that's one example. As I don't know if you want to add something to that. I kind of wanted to get back to this here real quick just to show you guys.
Well, I'm gonna listen. I'll listen and I'll butt in if I hear anything.
Cool. So then it says here back in this report regarding the Satanism in Israel, right? It says, and the evidence is not spiritual metaphor. Hold on, we read that already. It says, throughout the 2000 and 2010, reports of occult vandalism and ritual activity increase. So we're seeing like a complete increase Now, keep in mind, fam. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, bro, but I think this is the place where they have like the biggest fucking LGBTQ parade, right, Joe? Or no? I don't know. I think so. Last
Say that one more time. Say that
the
one more
like
time.
the LGBTQ parade, the biggest
Uh-huh.
is in Israel. Israel, no, like
Oh,
250,000 people and shit.
that's what they're saying now.
Mm-hmm.
That just recently came out as a statement, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. It's really weird how they're just taking what's sacred and made it profane. You know what I mean?
Well, check this out. The eye is a center. So here they're selling some things. It says here the symbols used the symbols they use are not foreign imports. They are everywhere in Israeli culture, sold in the gift shops, painted on murals, worn on the necks of tourists who think they bought something biblical. The Hamsa, for instance, appears nearly every Israeli home, often hung by the door as a supposed ward against the evil eye, right?
Mm-hmm.
For most Christians, it looks like an exotic Israeli hand, something ancient, perhaps blessed. In truth, it is an amulet of a goddess. Hold on a second. Hold that thought.
Interesting. Mm.
Mm, mhm, mhm. Deuteronomy 18:10 talks about those specific things. Those specific things, my friend. There shall be not, Deuteronomy 18:10. There shall not be found among you anyone that make his son or daughter pass through the fire, or that uses divinations, or an observer of time, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a counselor of familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. All of that involves this right here,
Facts.
right?
Facts. Mm-hmm.
Then it says, the Hazma, for instance, appears in nearly every Israeli home, often hung by the door, supposed to ward against evil eyes. That means that's your, like your charmer, your charm. Like, hey, block these things from me. To most Christians, it looks like an exotic Israeli hand, something ancient, perhaps blessed truth. But blessed, I'm sorry, in truth, it is an amulet of the goddess. The Hamza originated from the Phoenician and Carthaginian religion, where it symbolized the hand of Tanit, a fertility deity associated with child sacrifice. The eye in the center is not God's protection, it is a symbol of magical surveillance of a cosmo rule by forces that must be appeased, not obeyed. Now, check this out. Appeased, not obeyed, bro. Look at this shit right here.
Mm.
They think that's fucking sacred?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's more, yeah, it's just
Now, check.
interesting.
Now, I saw this video, and I don't think I can remember trying to pull it up now, but there was this video talking about how they understand and know that the Kabbalah has this part of it where there's like 4 levels, right? Like you're safe in the first 3, but once you get into the 4th level, like you could literally fall into darkness. So how can something godly fucking say you're like, you mean the most powerful thing is evil? It's like those Marvel movies. Remember the Marvel? They use like
Yeah.
evil to fight like that. But if you go too far with evil, then you're like that.
So what are you saying that huh?
What?
It's very interesting what you're saying, what we're reading here. I mean, it almost seems that it's dipping into esoteric knowledge, but it's not really dipping into esoteric knowledge. And then I mean the hand and and with the eye in the middle, it just I don't know, bro. It almost gives you like the seraphim type feeling. You know what I
Of
mean?
course it is. It is a
Yeah.
superstitious talisman, not a theological symbol. It is the hand of a witch, not the hand of Miriam. So, like, this is evil shit. This is where you do incantations, concepts of things. This is Phoenician, like crazy
Interesting.
shit. Then there is a so-called Star of David, which adorns Israel's national flag, synagogues, IDF uniform, and even the national menorah. Uh, but what Christians call the Star of David, is not Davidic at all. It has no presence in the biblical record, not in Kings, not in Chronicles, not in Psalms. It emerges later in Kabbalistic writings, the Islamic sorcery as a seal of Solomon, a hexagram used to command spirits, bind jinns, and perform magical operations. Why do you look? Like, I'm gonna tell you this right now, bro. ISUPK is next.
Mm.
I'm telling you right now, bro. I'm already seeing it.
Yeah, my son gives me some insight on that, on the Star of David. Say, Dad, that's not really an Israelite symbol, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, I understand that, son, but in order for us to identify who we are, a lot of times that symbol will gain some kind of curiosity. Hey, man, are you from Israel? No, bro, I'm not in Israel. I'm not from those people from the Israel. What you call an Israelite. You know what I
Right.
mean? I'm the actual people who
Mm.
descend from the land. And my son, he thinks I'm wearing it. I actually wear it on my little pouch that I carry my pistol on, and I wear it on my little. I guess we call it a little. What's the little pouches that people carry?
I know.
I call it tack pouch. I call it tack pouch. But and when people say, "Man, you from Israel?" and I said, "No, man, I'm what you call an Israelite, bro. I'm the real people." And then as people start wanting to know more, you know what I mean? And it's, oh man, that's totally different from the people and what we're reading about in stories and stuff like that. Well, I know these it's what you've been fed. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
So um, people are starting to understand now that like I tell my son, I don't use it as a symbol to as a symbol to say, hey, we're the Israelites. No, this is a symbol to start a conversation. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? And that's when we start getting into it a little bit deeper. And it's, oh shit, man, I thought you guys were like, like the guy with the curly hairs and stuff. No, bro, that hell no, that's Esau. You know, so and people are starting to they're starting to understand when you start to break it down to them and you start talking to them, they start to piece it together. You can see that the pieces are putting together in front of their face. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Well, I hope. Because you know how sometimes people, man, they're very hard headed, dude.
Oh, I know, bro. But, it's that's but the Most High told us that was going to happen.
Check this out.
Hmm.
It says here the grimery, such as the Keys of Solomon, the Lesser Kings of Solomon, the hexagram is drawn into circles filled with the names of angels and demons, and used in ceremonial invocations. When the prophet Amos rebuked Israel for lifting up the star of their god Rephaim, it was not it was not metaphor. That star 6-pointed geometric and idolized was an abomination. Today the same star waves over the state of Israel carried by tanks, stitched on uniforms and engraved into a national monument. Look at that right there.
Yeah, I thought it was more of a symbol of Moloch.
Right, right. Well,
You know.
hold on a second. Hold on, right? Hold on. Yeah. No, what? And? Oh no, I'm fine. Bye. Sorry, man. I had to answer that.
No worries.
Anyways, you were saying?
I mean, in when I was doing research, the Star of David, it had a lot of strong correlation with Moloch. You know what I
Right,
mean? And
right, right.
that's what I was reading, and you can see his face there. So
Yeah, yeah, and you know, it just almost like they're trying to interpret the cherubim, the ox,
hmm
the lion, the eagle, and the
yes,
man.
sir.
Right? It's fucking crazy. Now, if you can see one, two, four, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I don't know, 6 points, six indents, six indents, and six corners here. 666. I kind of always used to think that I may be wrong, but anyways, who knows, bro? Like at least we now see, for example, what these guys claim. I mean, come on, bro. They're even saying it. The Supreme Court, Israel's Luciferian sanctuary. That's fucking nuts. You know what I mean? Now, let's see. Nah, I don't want to talk about these dudes. These are dumb. All right, so let's go over to. I think we're done with these topics. Yo, can you hear me? Your connection sounds like you're a robot, bro. They're recording you. You're being followed, man. Hopefully, I didn't scare him. Let me close this up real quick, fam, so it doesn't move so slow. 2 more topics. Actually, 1 more topic, and then we're done. We done. Let's hoping some people show up, but I guess, yeah, I don't like it. Check this out. If you guys want to come back, it's all good. This sister here brought up a good point. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm gonna try to get something to eat real quick, but I think this is important. Okay. So if you want to jump on, Joe, let me know. But I'll be back in a couple minutes. I think we should tackle this. Am I live? What do you mean? Me? Anyways, all right, let it play. She brings up some points.
Giant stone head in Mexico with what a lot of people say have African features. DNA studies showing African genetic markers in indigenous Mexican populations that are thousands of years old, not from the slave trade, but ancient. And also Egyptian mummies with cocaine in their systems, and cocaine only grew in the Americas. So either all of this evidence is fake, or ancient people were way more connected than we've been told. Hi, I'm Danielle Romero. Thank you so much for being with me here on my channel where we talk about American identity and family stories. I'm excited to dive into some mysteries around identity, American identity with you. But first, if you would like to connect with me off of YouTube, come join me over at patreon.com. All right, so let's start with the guy who kicked off this whole mess. Professor Greg Wiggin from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. In 2018, so this is not that long ago, Wiggin sued UNC. He claimed they denied him a promotion to full professorship because he was black. He said it was racial discrimination. The case went to court. He lost. But 2 years later, in June 2020, Wiggin published a paper in a journal called the Urban Review. The paper was titled, Early Pioneers of the Americas, the Role of the Olmecs in Urban Education and Social Studies Curriculum. This was a lesson plan that was arguing that schools should teach kids that the Olmecs, the ancient Mexican civilization that dates back to 1500 years before Christ, were actually black Africans who crossed the Atlantic and established one of the first major civilizations in the Americas. Well, within months, the journal had retracted that paper. The journal said this: the theory that the Olmecs were black Africans is not substantiated according to the current Mesoamerican archaeology and genetic evidence. Translation here, this was wrong, we shouldn't have published it. But here's where it gets interesting. Wiggin and his co-authors refused to accept the retraction. And they said, well, we stand by our work. And that's when it exploded into this massive controversy. So indigenous scholars came out swinging, and they said that the Black Olmec theory erases indigenous achievement, and that it was racist to claim that Native Americans couldn't have built their own civilization, and that it was Africans instead. But supporters of Wiggin said that academia has always suppressed evidence of black African achievement, and that this is just more Eurocentric gatekeeping. So who's right? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to show you the evidence that people like Wiggin point to, and I'm going to show you why skeptics say it's wrong. And then I'm going to show you the parts that I don't think really add up on either side, because this isn't about proving Wiggin right or wrong. This is about asking, why does this question make people so angry? And what are we not being told? So let's start with the most famous piece of evidence themselves, the Olmec heads. Okay, if you've never seen the Olmec heads, you've got to see them. They're incredible. They're impressive. They're these massive stone sculptures. Some of them weigh up to 50 tons. That's like almost 100,000 pounds. They were carved from single blocks of basalt rock. They estimate like maybe 3,000 years ago, what's now Veracruz, Mexico. So far there are 17 of these.
Let me ask you a question. How come we never find any of those heads anywhere else? If they're originally from over there. or if there were people over there. Let's just say this is the old world, right? Okay. So then that means you immigrated to Africa and you conquered that land. That's why you guys Africans over there. How come you have no fucking, stones over there? What's up, Mamone's way?
These heads, and they all depict human heads wearing what looks like helmets or headgear of some kind. And the detailing is really extraordinary. The individual facial features, expressions, even what you might see like headbands or braided hair, things like that. Now, here's what started this whole controversy. A lot of people look at those heads and say, those look African.
Okay, well, that's fair, supposedly. But how come they don't claim the flathead part? Because African people, right, so-called African people, like they don't claim that they had flat heads. They always talk about so-called Mongolians have flat heads. Well, guess what? Mongolians have thick lips and big noses too. Pinches mamones, way.
A lot of people look at those heads and say, those look African. So I'm going to describe what people point to, and you can decide for yourself. So the heads have broad noses and full lips and certain facial proportions.
I've lived by Samoan people, and that resembles Samoans more than anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's fucking crazy, dog.
Maybe wider faces, specific jawlines. Some of them do have what appears to be tightly curled or braided hair, and the overall features, to a lot of observers, they say these are stereotypically African more than indigenous. So the question is, are they seeing something real, or are they projecting what they want to see? Because here's the counter argument. A lot of these same features still appear in modern indigenous people from that region. Broad noses and full lips are not exclusively African features, right? And if you go to Veracruz today, you will see people who look a lot like those heads. So the heads alone, I would say these are ambiguous. You can interpret them either way. Let me tell you something weird about these heads that does not get talked about. The basalt rock that they're carving from, it doesn't exist anywhere near where the heads are found. And these weren't just carved, they were transported over 60 miles over mountains through the jungles 3,000 years ago. So we're talking about moving 50-ton boulders 60 miles without wheels, without metal tools. The Olmecs did not have horses or oxen. So the question isn't, could indigenous people have done this? Obviously they could. The evidence is right there. But the question is, were they doing it alone? Or were there outside influences? So here's another thing that's weird about this story. The Olmecs had one of the earliest writing systems in the Americas. So we found inscriptions on stone monuments that date back to 900 BC, and the script is still mostly undeciphered, but it's clearly a sophisticated writing system. So some researchers have claimed that the Olmec symbols look similar to ancient African scripts, particularly from West Africa, like ancient Libyan scripts. Mainstream archaeology says these are coincidental similarities, that humans independently develop similar symbols all over the world. Okay, so the heads are ambiguous. The symbols might be a coincidence. But what about the DNA? Because this is where things get really hard to explain away. All right, so let's talk about genetics. Scientists can look at genetic markers, specific patterns in your DNA, and trace them back thousands of years. Okay. So different populations have different markers. European markers are going to look different than African markers, which look different from Native American markers. So when geneticists are studying the indigenous population, they're expecting to find Native American markers, right? But here's what they found in some indigenous Mexican populations. African genetic markers that are old. We're not talking like slave trade, DNA, or colonial period. We're talking about like genetic signatures that suggest contact thousands of years ago. Specifically, there's a haplogroup, a genetic lineage called haplogroup A. And I've talked a little bit about haplogroups on this channel and shared mine with you. So this is a common haplogroup in Africa, and it shows up in some indigenous populations in Mexico at frequencies that are kind of hard to explain. So the mainstream explanation is this, that either, one, it's contamination from more recent African ancestry that's being misdated. Two, It could be an ancient marker that actually came across the Bering Strait in Asia, since humans all originally came from Africa anyway. Or 3, it's just statistical noise in the data. So these are the possible mainstream explanations for this haplogroup. So let's talk about something even weirder. And this is where we move beyond just the Olmecs into this broader evidence of maybe transatlantic contact. In 1992, a German scientist named Svetlana Belavanova was analyzing ancient Egyptian mummies. She was testing the remains for various substances to learn about ancient life. And she found cocaine, nicotine, in multiple mummies dating back 3,000 years ago. Now here's the problem. Cocaine comes from cocoa plants, which only grew in South America, and nicotine comes from tobacco, which also only grew in the Americas. So these plants did not exist in Africa or Europe until after Columbus.
Yes, sir.
So how did ancient Egyptians have cocaine and tobacco in their systems 3,000 years ago? When she published her findings, the archaeology establishment went nuclear on her. They said her results were impossible, that the mummies had been contaminated, or the tests were wrong, or she made it up. But she wasn't some fringe researcher. She was a forensic toxicologist with decades of experience, and so she stood by her results. So the labs tested other mummies. Guess what? They found the same thing. Cocaine, nicotine, in mummies that were thousands of years old. Now, the explanations offered for this were 1, modern contamination, but how? Multiple mummies, multiple labs, same results. 2, that ancient plants produced similar compounds that existed in Africa, but we haven't found them yet, which I guess is possible, but we've never found evidence of those plants existing. Or 3, there was a transatlantic trade, which could rewrite everything we know about ancient history. Well, you can guess what numbers the mainstream archaeology went with, explanation 1 and 2. And I said, we'll figure it out eventually. Let's move on. Nothing to see here. But they haven't figured it out. And the cocaine is still there, and the nicotine is still there, and nobody has a good explanation. And it's not just cocaine. There's a lot more. Thor Heyerdahl was a Norwegian explorer who in 1970 built a boat out of papyrus reeds, the same material that the ancient Egyptians used, and he sailed it across the Atlantic from Morocco to Barbados. His trip took 57 days. The boat survived, and he proved that ancient people could have crossed the Atlantic using period-appropriate technology. Now, mainstream archaeology says, sure, it's possible, but there's no evidence that they did it. So, it's possible, but they didn't do it, so it doesn't matter. But here's what I find interesting. Heyerdahl has been described in some declassified documents as having connections to the CIA. Why would the CIA care about ancient transatlantic contact theories? What's the strategic interest even controlling this narrative? I don't know. It's weird. It's outside my pay grade, which is 0. So here's another one. In the Andes Mountains, on a lake between Bolivia and Peru, indigenous boat builders still make reed boats, like reeds, using these ancient techniques. And the boats look almost identical to the ancient Egyptian reed boats, like same design, same construction methods, same materials.
Keep in mind that they hold on. Let me see if this is the video. Hold on, if this is it. Let me see if this is it. Yeah. All right. So let me show you a video from a young sister that in Egypt or Egyptian, right? And she created this video to debunk these Afrocentrics that are trying to steal that heritage. So listen to and pay attention to the pictures of what these people look like.
ночью гадала. А я с друзьями сгораю до талого. Голова сходит, похоже, с ума. Сумма в карманах у нас немала. Малая смотрит всю ночь на меня. Два виски с колой, детка моя. Из клуба ночью на машине тебе заберу. И не сказав родителям, на море увезу. Мы будем пить вино, потом пойдем смотреть кино. А после отвезу к утру тебя к себе домой. Похоже с ума. Сумма в карманах у нас немала. Малая смотрит всю ночь на меня. Два виски с колой, детка моя. Из клуба ночью на машине тебе заберу. И не сказав родителям, на море увезу. Мы будем пить вино, потом пойдем смотреть кино. А после отвезу к утру тебя к себе домой.
Made that video, all right? Keep in mind of what's going on here. Let's continue.
Coincidence? Maybe, right? Humans independently invent similar technologies all the time. Maybe not. Maybe there was contact. Maybe there was knowledge spread. We don't know, but the similarity is striking. So here's what we got. We have Olmec heads that might look African, cocaine in Egyptian mummies, DNA anomalies that are hard to explain, proof that the ancient transatlantic travel was possible, and unexplained technological similarities. Now, does all of this prove ancient Africans or Phoenicians or Egyptians came to America? No. When there's a lot of smoke, there's usually a fire. So why is even investigating this so dangerous? So when the Wigan paper came out in 2020, some of the loudest opposition came from Indigenous scholars, and their argument, I think, is really powerful. They were saying that, claiming that the Olmecs were Africans erases their history. And you know what? I understand that point, because throughout history, when Indigenous people built something impressive, let's say pyramids, stone cities, complex astronomical systems, Europeans would sometimes point out they couldn't have done this. It must have been ancient aliens or Atlantis or Egyptian, like anyone else, right? Anyone else. And so I think that's a fair criticism. I think it needs to be taken seriously. But then there's the other side, where Afrocentric scholars and researchers say, Western academia has always downplayed or erased African achievement. And so...
No. Here's where I think everybody should be fucking fair and honest and just bring up the fact that when people came in 1492, it wasn't just white folks that were enslaving indigenous people. It was black folks enslaving indigenous people as well. So that's one thing that you guys have to fucking point out. Stop the cap, stop the bullshit. This is soft history right here. This is like, I'm just trying to be respectful. No, bullshit. 1492, it's been very clear to us. So who are we supposed to believe? For God's sakes, man, we're having a hard time even really understanding what the New Testament is saying at this point. Translations and transliterations, all of a sudden now we're supposed to believe what you're saying. We know this for a fact, that it was white and black folks that came here and enslaved a lot of people. That's one thing for a fact. Black and white folks came and enslaved us with their Christianity concept. Black and white Jesus were all up in that shit. New Testament, all of that crap. All of it. So I like what she brings up, but I just, what I'm saying? She's neutral. You know what I mean? She's trying to be respectful. Bullshit. They enslaved if you're indigenous, girl, they enslaved and raped your people too. The problem with you guys is that you're afraid to say and call it out for both sides. You just want to blame the white man. You never want to blame everybody else.
Finding evidence of the possibility.
Hey, what up, Sid? Good to have you here.
That Africans might have accomplished these feats, like crossing the Atlantic 3,000 years ago, gets dismissed as impossible or fringe or whatever. I think that's also an interesting point. So here's the problem. Both sides are responding to real historical injuries and injustices.
Here's another. What about all the other statues? What about all the other works that have thin noses, thin lips, like slanted eyes? Like, what the fuck, man? No, we need to make an emphasis of this right here. And not at one point would you guys even assume that these may just be Samoan-looking people.
And I think that makes having an honest conversation about the evidence really difficult. But here's what I keep coming back to. Why can't we at least talk about the investigation, the evidence, without becoming a war? Why can't
Great. Why can't we bring up the fact that black folks had slaves since 1492? I think that when all North America and all its Democratic and Republican and independent voters and everybody in between comes to the realization that it was both black and white folks that had slaves since the beginning of time, and you guys all had it pretty fair and square ahead of the indigenous people. And then, shit occurred where, there was power and elitism and based on colorism and, hey, mama, how you doing? Based on colorism and all. I'll be over there real quick. And based on colorism, all of that stuff, that's where you start seeing exactly like where the change has begun. And then once people lost certain powers, now all of a sudden they're like, oh, poor me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Shut the fuck up. It was you. You were enjoying it. You were having a great time. But then when the tables turned, when politics didn't work out for you, you got fucked. Bruh. And then all of a sudden now, you want to say that, no, you know what I mean? It was never us. It was always a white man. Bullshit. And then now we got this wobbleism bullshit too. Both of you, all three of you basically have been, all four of you technically, like, the Sephardics, the Arabs, the whites, and the blacks, all of you have been working towards getting rid of our heritage since 1490 motherfucking 2. And if you don't believe me and you disagree with me, guess what? I've been taking brothers to jump on. We talked about it already, but I'll give you nutcases a minute and proving yourself who the fuck you are.
Can't we say Indigenous Americans built incredible civilizations, full stop? That's not up for debate. And also there was contact with other cultures. Maybe there was trade, exchange, or even a few explorers who came, visited, and left. Why does it have to be either or, right? Why can't it be both? The Vikings reached America around 1000 AD. We know this. I'm going to do a video on this. There's archaeological evidence. There's genetic evidence, like a Native American woman in Iceland that I'm going to...
There you go. There you go with white. See, this is why you got to be mindful of the white science, man. You know what I'm saying? You just got to be mindful of the white motherfucking science and shit. But let's continue.
What are you talking about? And why are we suggesting that maybe other transatlantic contact is treated differently? Here's what really bothers me. It feels like there is this institutional resistance. If the evidence is so obviously wrong, why not let's just study it and...
Okay, so you know what? I'm glad, and fuck, I don't care. I'll do it again. I don't care, man. Check this out, fam. Check this out, man. They talk about genetics. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead and handle it. Explain this to me. Okay? Explain this to me. All right? This is my so-called genetics. We're going to go to recent, advanced, trace tracker, and then haplo. Okay? Parental. So as recent as it gets, predominantly supposedly Mexican, supposedly Peruvian, supposedly Colombian, supposedly pure, all of this stuff, right? And you're like, oh, he's 6%, 8. Like, bro, chill out. You will get a bigger breakdown after that, right? Okay. So this is the most recent. It says that possible related countries of origin include Spain, Guatemala, Panama, Belize, Caribbean islands. So it's at this moment when I first read this, it didn't even say anything else other than like Central or South America countries or even the Caribbean islands, okay? So I was like, well, okay, whatever. Now, here we go. Advanced analysis. Since you guys want to believe DNA, right? Okay, sounds good. Advanced analysis says that I'm 92% indigenous, 77% Peruvian, 14% Mexican, 0.1% Colombian, and then all of these other things here. One across the board. I don't have anything else but our people and shit, and that's fucking lovely. So I appreciate you, Father. Thank you for creating me the way I am. Thank you very much. Hold on a second, real quick. Hold on.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Hold on one minute.
Que alguien me explique.
Thank you, Father, because I don't got nothing but nothing. Anyways, however, it does say that I'm from Mestizo, Aymara, Quechua tribe, all of that stuff, right? Mostly, predominantly South American, right? So that's what this says, that I'm Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian, whatever. We're going to find this out right now. So now here it actually points to my actual history. Like that's, like every other Caesar. So it says here from 1870 through 1970, from 1870 AD to 1930 AD, I'm Peruvian. That's what it's saying. You see this? But I was born in Guadalajara. Now, it's funny because this actually changed recently. It used to be Mexican. Now it says Peruvian. So let's continue. So then it goes down, Mexican, right? Now this jumps in. But if you go back to the other one, it's like hardly anything, right? So I don't really understand how this functions. But then it goes Peruvian again, right? Then it brings up this people again. So then it says Peruvian again, Mexican. Now it goes into Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican. We're talking about two major tribes in the Americas, by the way. Now it's going back to 16 and all of this. I'm going to go slowly to all the way to 1492. So you can see that I didn't come here after 1492. Based on this DNA, it says that I'm predominantly Mexicans and Peruvians. Yeah, we're fucking around. My ancestors loved each other. Peruvians and Mexicans were always getting it down and shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, here we go. 1595, Mexican, Peruvian, you know what I mean? It's just, we just kept it cool because we were one nation, technically, right? Now it gets to Mexican 1595, Peruvian 1570, Peruvian 1545, Peruvian 1520, Peruvian 1495, Peruvian 1470, and then Peruvian 1445, Peruvian 245 AD. Now, follow me real quick, because this means that they can trace back my lineage from recently to today all the way to 245 AD from the Aymara and the Quechua tribe. Now here's where it gets interesting. So my family's been here since 245 AD, but that's as far as I can go. All right. However, why is my father's bloodline from here? And I'm going to let you guys explain it to me. Because you know what? I'm giving you science. I give you, I'll show you the Bible. You try to take away my heritage. What I'm questioning is not my heritage. What I'm questioning is what people are trying to make me think to believe. And here it says that I am from this region here. From the Ur of the Chaldees, as it migrates all the way here, from the traveling of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The only way that I can get here, if I'm from this region, if I never came on boats on 1492, would mean that I came with the 10 tribes, or at least some fucking migration from here, right? To there. And I was born here, okay? But it says that my family is from here. And where you at, Peru? Here. So Peru and Mexico. Boom, 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 boom. However, it says that my father's bloodline is from here. Right, but you know what? You're not going to take that DNA in consideration, though, right? Because like you can't see. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. You want to give credits to certain people, but people like me, you don't. It don't matter. Bullshit, man. You guys are not from here. You're not originally from here. What do you believe in? The science, the Bible? What the fuck? Are you Canaan? Are you not? You want to use Phoenician history, but then you don't want to use Phoenician title. You can't have it both ways. Are you a Phoenician or not? Because the only way that you got here is if you were a so-called Phoenician. And we know those motherfuckers are Canaanites. Stop bullshitting, man. I'm tired of that game. I don't play games with people, bro. Like, this is annoying sometimes.
Proved that it's wrong. So let's step back and look at the bigger picture. Because I think what's happening here is more complex than just like, is this evidence real or is it fake? History isn't just about facts. It's about identity, about who we are, where we come from, where we're going. And whoever controls the narrative about the past controls something important in our present. I'm saying that this is a political reality, and that political reality makes honest investigation really difficult sometimes. But here's what concerns me the most. I think we're reaching a point, or we have reached a point, at least in America, where certain questions can't be asked, not because they've been thoroughly investigated and answered, but because asking them is politically or socially dangerous.
I don't have a fucking, note that I read like that. So I appreciate that, but at the same time, it's just like more, what the fuck? Because I showed this video to you guys the other day, right? I mean, I think we left it off right around here, I think. So check this out. So now, anybody's welcome to jump back on the live, okay? Seriously, I'd like to invite you to, make your opinion and shit. Let's listen to this.
Not their own. It's almost like the situation of the Anglo-Americans over here in America with the American Indians, that they were native people.
There's Anglo-Americans. There you go, Anglo-Americans.
People there.
You little fucking snidey ass little bro, no, you can't do that. You throw that little jab, I throw that right hand right over it. Get the fuck out of here.
Canaanites settled in land that was not allotted and appointed to them. In other words, they settled in land that were not their own. It's almost like the situation of the Anglo-Americans over here in America with the American Indians.
But we also forgot a little. Hold on, family. I don't want you to think I'm just being annoying. I need you to hear this again, okay? Because we're gonna read something.
Appointed to them. In other words, they settled in land that were not their own. It's almost like the situation of the Anglo-Americans over here in America with the American.
Okay, I haven't gone that far back. But he says that I guess somebody dwelt in a land that was not their own. So I'm going to go back here, okay? Let's see if that's where it starts.
Logical profile of Canaan based on the Metaphe Kufale, or the Book of Division, the Ethiopic Book of Jubilees. It basically states there that the Canaanites settled in land that was not allotted and appointed to them. In other words, they settled in land that were not their own. It's almost like the situation of the Anglo-Americans.
You see? So he references here. Matter of fact, let me use this real quick because I ain't using this no more. He references, where you at? Jubilees. He references Jubilees. And he says that in Jubilees, right, there were certain lots given to certain people, like Canaan. And he said Canaan didn't go into his land that he's supposed to be in. In the same book that he references. Family. You fucking hypocritical dumbasses. Jubilees 9:1, and Ham divided among his sons, and the first portion came forth for Cush towards the east, That's Ethiopia. To the west of him, Mizraim. That's Egypt. To the west of him is Put. That's North Africa. To the west of him, to the west thereof, on the sea, for Canaan. That's West Africa.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
And in Jubilees 10, the same book you reference. It explains to us how the hell did Canaan end up there in the first place. And Canaan said, you know what, I'm not going to read it all. I'm just going to tell you, reference. Canaan went into the land and said, I like this land because it's by the sea and I don't want to be a West African and shit like today. And says, nah, I'm an Israelite, homie. Because I love this land. And this land loved me. And Cain, verse 29, and Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good, and he went not into the land of his inheritance, but inheritance to the west. That is to the sea, West Africa. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the border of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. And Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brother, said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if you do so, your sons will fall in the land and be accursed with sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. Here we see that Canaan shouldn't have been there in the motherfucking first place, right? But all of a sudden, you're like, well, I mean, you know, Canaan. Hold on, let's go back to his bullshit.
Ethiopic book of Jubilees, it basically states there that the Canaanites settled in land that was not allotted and appointed to them. In other words, they settled in land that were not their own. It's almost like the situation of the Anglo-Americans over.
You see what I'm saying? He references Jubilees. Jubilees clearly says that the Canaanites are from West Africa. And then he says that, you know, like, well, these Canaanites, they kind of like are not West Africans, but they reflect those natives in America because, you know, they took over a land that didn't belong to them. No, fuck no. Are you really going to ignore what actually Jubilees is saying? Or are you students that stupid? Like, seriously, are your students that stupid? Did they not read? Did you tell them, listen, don't read Jubilees? Verse 1 through 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, stay away from that, my friends. I am your teacher. What the fuck? Read the damn chapter. What are you saying, bro? You're dissing yourself. Let's go.
Over here in America with American Indians, that there were native people there, and they were displaced. The first displacement of the native inhabitants was by the Canaanites settling in the land that was appointed to the Beta Israel, to the Hebrews and the Ethiopian Hebrews at that. So the key operative word here when we say that the ancient Canaanites.
Here we go. Ancient Canaanites were blacks. Okay, pay attention to this. Family, I don't want to lose you on this. Ancient Canaanites were blacks or turn white. But we see, hold on. We see white people claiming that they're black. Yeah, seriously. I'll show you. Let's see if I can find one. I'll give you one particular one real quick. Is it this one? Hold on a second. I'll show you.
Latinos.
Nah, not that one. Nah, he ain't white. He ain't white. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Let me see. Which one is it? I think it's native. Maybe. That's it. Hold on, natives. Hold on, not this one. Damn, which one's the video? Man, I'm sorry, fam. I'm gonna look for it, okay? I'm gonna look for it because Ancient Canaanites were blacks who turned white. Okay. Keep that thought. Keep that thought. Keep that thought, okay? Just hold on a moment. I'm going to look for a video.
Canaanites were black people, key operative word, were turned white, the majority of them, seeing that there are 11 sons, and we can go through both a DNA, you understand, genealogy of them, we can go through archaeology of them, we can go through history of them, we can go back to ancient Egypt, and we can see wall paintings of them, and the main tribes which stayed behind in that land, according to the scripture, and according.
Okay, so all right, so remember he said ancient Canaanites were blacks who turned white. Okay. What the fuck is this right here?
The narrative, and that's what we did. It's not that we were hiding anything. I find the backlash in some ways unsurprising and in some ways surprising. For instance, with respect to Mr. Page, when one suggests that the 1619 Project is a project about black victimization and not patriotism, it makes me wonder if Mr. Page even read the project, or if Mr. Page even read my essay, because my essay is about how black people, despite undergoing chattel slavery, legal apartheid, lynching, racial terrorism, segregated schools, segregated housing, segregated military.
That all happened after 1900, not like before. Let's continue.
Believed fervently in the founding ideals and have fought generation after generation to make those ideals true. And in fact, had a faith in a country that didn't treat us as citizens and expanded democracy for all Americans. I don't think that.
All right, so that's a white woman. Ancient Canaanites were blacks who turned white? We found you, you fucking bastard. You gave yourselves up. So basically what you're saying is like, you just, you know what I mean? You just light-skinned and shit. You just light-skinned it. That's it. You're just a light-skinned Edomite. Or I'm sorry, a light-skinned Canaanite. Hey, look, how convenient. Sidonians mixed with black-skinned Syrians, making original Assyrians. So they're Lebanese Sicilians. Hittites are Esau, they're Mongols. Oh, okay, so this is, hey, brothers, this is you guys. So Hittites mixed with Esau and became Edomites. From them came Mongols, Indo-Europeans, Asiatics, the Turks later, the Phoenicians, ancient Romans, and some Anglo-Saxons. So this is where you guys fall into, like, because Negros think you guys are white. So apparently, you're just not white. No, you're up there bloodline, but you're mixed with a white man. You see, it goes back to the same BHI bullshit. What the fuck? Dude, this is BHI shit. BHI says, like, yo, listen, you was originally black, but you mixed with these other nations. That's why you don't look like us. But when Jesus comes back, you'll look like me. How convenient that every one of these Canaanite nations who used to be black is everybody else. So everything came out of you? Is that what so you're bringing the African concept into the scientific shit? Wow, dog. I'll give you that. Because look, listen, Jebus. Okay, so the Jebus were Ashkenazis, German, Poland, Hungary. Like, see what I'm saying? Amorites were Indo-Iranians, all of these people. Girgasides, they're like everybody else. Like, so all of these black people became white. This is a lot.
Egypt, and we can see wall paintings of them, and the main tribes which stayed behind in that land, according to the scripture and according to the evidence, were the Amuru or the Amorites, the Amorites, as well as the Yabusi, the Jebusites, which in a very, very interesting way, when we look at these two main tribes, the two main tribes that decided to stay behind, the other tribes were scattered abroad, but the two main tribes of Canaanites that stayed behind didn't just call themselves Canaanites. They called themselves by their tribal or nation affiliation. So now having a group of black folks claim to be the Canaanites, well, what tribe or what nation of the Canaan are you? And the research by different professors, so forth and so on, to prove such and such things, all fair and good. But when we put it under the microscope, we find that it's found wanting. But the two main tribes, the Jebusites, or the so-called Pale Jews, the Polish Jews, the European Jews, and the Amorites, which come down to us today as the Anglo-Saxon or the Anglo-Americans, the so-called British, the Spanish, and then also some of the Gergasites, who are the modern French, come down to us today as far as in this Western Hemisphere, this America and England, you understand, matrix. But then there's a link with the other Canaanites that went to Italy and displaced the native black people there. So what you have to do when you say that the Canaanites, the ancient...
See, so wait, hold on. So black folks went to displace other black folks? What the fuck are we doing now? Really, man? Bro. Look, he's gonna go on a tangent, and he uses this is where it gets confusing, because he uses the Zondervan to prove some shit. And it's like, it states Noah's prophecy cannot be used to justify the enslavement of blacks, since the curse here were Canaanites who were Caucasians, or more etymology, carcass Asians. It's funny. Anyhow, look, I mean, fuck, man. You can always project every day, all day. Here we have the pre-Hebrew 11 tribes of Canaan. But again, you know, look at this shit. Here, let me hear this part again.
happened to Canaan, those blacks who turned white, and what happened with the curse of Canaan. And
Wait. Hold on a second. Did he say the curse of Canaan? And then okay, so let's go back a little bit. Hold on. Now it gets interesting. You see, man, you Canaanites, bro, y'all bring up stories like no one else.
Now, as we go into this level of teaching, we want to put a little disclaimer. We think it's necessary to put a little disclaimer. Now, as we go into this level of teaching, we want to put a little disclaimer. We think it's necessary to put a little disclaimer as we begin to talk about what really happened to Canaan, those blacks who turned white, and what happened with the curse of Canaan and leprosy and Ham's son's disease, which curiously today they call it Hansen's disease. You understand what really happened to so-called white people and the recessive genetic recessive disorder that produced so-called white from black. This is not for us to, as so-called black people, as Ethiopian and Hebrews, to glory over this, to lord this over someone because we have melanin and we're melanated. This is a divine responsibility that we have as black people, especially black people who are in the true Christ and his kingly character consciousness, the true Christ consciousness, the true messianic consciousness, especially this day and age that we're in. So we want to put a little disclaimer that this is not to gloat or to glory over the fact that white people are so-called Caucasian or Caucasus Asians. And we say this because of how this genetic disorder actually is defined.
Hold on. Before they change it to that stupid ass song and shit, what did he say? Genetic disorder. Genetic disorder. You see, family? Don't. And then he goes in and says, "Oh, feel bad for me." Fuck you. The fuck out of here with that shit, bro. That's like smacking my child and saying, "Hey, man, I love you, brother." What the fuck? Listen to this shit.
Because of how this genetic disorder actually is defined.
See how this genetic disorder actually is. Shut the fuck up. I'm sick of you nasty bastards, man, trying to claim that, white people are racist and blah, blah, blah. But then you speak of superiority like beneath that breath, bro. Nobody in this channel is talking about superiority ever, bro. Nobody ever is talking about superiority here. But it doesn't seem like that's the case with all these other nations, man. You know what I mean? I think it's time to call that shit out. Unless you're a fool. The fuck is this? Like, listen, let's listen to it again, bro. Like, stop, man. You know what I'm saying? Stop. Like, they're like, oh, we're so great and we're so fucking fabulous and shit. Fabulous. You know what I mean? But you're a disgrace.
Especially black people. To Lord.
Hold on. Did I move? Oh, man. Did I fuck it up? Hold on, family. I think I did. Hold on.
Someone, because we have melanin and we're melanated. This is a divine responsibility that we have.
See that whole eugenics bullshit? Fuck you and your eugenics, motherfucker. Fuck you and your eugenics. We're melanated, huh? We're melanated because we're superior than you. It's no different than white people, motherfucker. They used to say, oh, well, look at us. We're white. That's eugenics. Now you're saying, oh, you black. That's eugenics. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? And then you want to go into politics and argue equality, you fuck faces. You see how stupid you are? You claim divine knowledge and divine aptitude because you got melanin. The other camp goes in and says they got divine aptitude because they got no melanin. And then both of you motherfuckers join Democratic and Republican governments and argue with each other about who should have equality. Fuck you both. I'll be back.
Are you?
You both want to be superior. You both want power, man. Both of you want power. We're getting an example of it right now. Look at how they are, like, supposedly, right? Oh no, this is fringe stuff. How come Democrats never talk about this shit? You know, I'll give the defense to the right side. You know, Republicans, right? Everybody, as soon as Republicans go straight white power shit, they're like, oh, look at that white power shit. Look at that, trying to erase the indigenous people's heritage. How come Democrats don't talk about wabos trying to erase the heritage of our indigenous people? Fuck no. You know what I mean? Oh shit, let it be a right winger. That's okay though. But nope. No, you can't be Tariq Nasheed because you know he votes blue, motherfucker. Shit.
We have as black people, especially black people who are in the true Christ and his kingly character consciousness, the true Christ consciousness, the true messianic consciousness, especially this day and age that we're in. So we want to put a little disclaimer that this is not to gloat or to glory over the fact that white people are so-called Caucasian or Caucasus Asians. And we say this because of how this genetic disorder actually is.
Genetic disorder. Now, when you join these BHI camps, IUIC, ISUBK, all of those motherfuckers are straight up out. I'm straight up not lying to you, family. They say that shit to you in a spiritual way. And I'm going to show you because last time I kind of left you guys off on that shit and I should have brought it out and I kind of forgot. So let's go to let's go to Revelation 1 and 14. And we're going to go to the basic Bible. It says his hair was white as wool. Oh, he must be black. Or as snow. See how that translation changes shit? His eyes blaze like fire. Oh, because he used to drink a little bit of beer. He used to drink a little bit of wine. That's what Nate the Snake says that. That's why black people got red eyes and shit. Shut the fuck up. That's stupid. His feet shone like brass that had been refined and polished. Now, here's where it gets interesting too, by the way. Brass is not copper. And brass is very shiny. And if you put brass in a furnace, then it's going to look reddish. So now, but we got to focus on this right here. Hair, wool, skin, brown. When you go into their little churches, they'll tell you this in secret. They'll say 1 Corinthians 15 and 50. Because you want to know something, you're unpure. You're unclean. You see what I'm saying? Like you mix with these other nations. So, but when Jesus returns, you're going to turn to someone that looks like me. So let's say, for example, Waracuya, you know what I'm saying? Let's say I got woolly hair and shit, and I'm trying to, teach you the Bible. And I'm like, nah, don't even trip, and you got straight hair. And I'm like, don't even trip. When the Messiah returns, your shit's going to be woolly like mine. You're going to look just like me again. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's what they do. That's what they do. 1 Corinthians 15 and 50, and this is how they confirm it. What I mean, friends, is that what is made of flesh and blood cannot share in the God's kingdom. And what is mortal cannot possess immortality. Okay? Listen to this secret truth. We shall not all die, but when the last trumpet sounds, we shall be changed in an instant, as quickly as the blinkling of an eye. Now, I'm not going to read it all because this is what we need to focus on. We shall be changed in an instant, as quickly as the blinkling of an eye. Okay? Now, Philippians 4:21 says this. Hold on. Is it Philippians 4? Oh, did I forget already? Shit, man. Hopefully not. I'm getting old, fam. Ephesians 4:21, I think. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let me go through it real quick. I'm not going to forget. I'm going to get it right. It's Philippians 2:3, I think. Oh, here it goes. Philippians 3:21, okay? So let's go back. Thank you, Father, very much. Appreciate you. Thank you for having mercy on my soul and understanding. It says 1 Corinthians 50 and 51 and 2, I guess. Listen to this secret truth. We shall not all die, but when the last trumpet sounds, we should all be changed in an instant, as quickly as the blinkling of an eye. Okay? Verse 53. For what is mortal must be changed into what is immortal. So basically, if you look like let's say raza, pinche mexicano pendejo todo feo and shit. Oh, what do you mean? You can't hear me? What do you mean you can't hear me, bro? Don't scare me, Jeremias. Buenos días, bro. Don't scare me. For what is mortal must be changed into what is immortal. So the way that they say it is like, yo, listen. You see, I have an immortal looking body. You, because you're a paisa, you're short. You don't got muscles like me. You know what I'm saying? You got a big ass head, or like, you're a little hairy. However they fucking wanna like eugenics you and shit, right? But what is mortal must be changed into what is immortal. What will die must be changed into what cannot die. Right? So they then go into Philippians. Excuse me. Excuse me. Then they go, Philippians 3:21. We will change our weak mortal bodies and make them like his own glorious body. You see this? We will change our weak mortal bodies, like your weak ass Mexican bodies and shit. Your weak ass Puerto Rican bodies, or your weak ass Dominican bodies, or whatever the fucking body you guys have. You short ass Peruvian bodies, or you want to be Manessa motherfuckers, or you Ephraim sons of bitches. It says we will change our weak mortal bodies and make them like his glorious body, using the power by which he is able to bring all things under his rule. Now, what do you mean by his glorious body? Well, my friends, this is what they mean by his glorious body. His hair was, hold on, let me read it in King James, because it just kind of sounds the way it is. His head and his hairs are white like wool, as white as snow. His eyes are as a flame of fire. So you're going to have woolly hair, red eyes, and his feet were like unto fine brass. And you're going to be basically like an West African American.
Where are you?
Most of those people that are in those camps, bro, they don't even realize that that's exactly what they're teaching in there and shit.
Is defined in Ezekiel.
But we as African people, we must remember our past, no matter how harsh, no matter how horrible, no matter how great. We must remember the good, and we must remember the bad.
And I'm not dissing on like people's history, bro. Like we all gone through some shit. But when you want to steal the history of other people, like that's when that's when you done fucked up. I'm gonna show you this video real quick. I think this is the one. Hold on. 1 Peter 2:1. Wherefore, laying aside all malice. Yeah. Check this video out, bro. This brother did it for me, man. Thank you, brother. Let's go. You, all of you, all guile, every single one of y'all have it, including myself. And hypocrisies, we all have it, and envies, and all evil speaking. As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby. Which is why when I read Isaiah 28 now, and I see this Isaiah 28:9, it says, whom shall he teach to understand doctrine? And whom shall he teach to knowledge? God, slow down, bro. Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. So here it started telling me, before I can even grow from the milk is going to help me get rid of all of this here, because it's correction. That's what the milk is about, correction. Some of y'all didn't understand when I was trying to explain, but I'll say it, correction. 1 Peter 2:2, as newborn babe, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby. So the beginning steps was baby steps.
Christians. So it's the 2 Corinthians 12:16. It said, but be it so, I did not burden you. Nevertheless, being crafty, I caught you with guile. Now, I'm going to say that, we used to do this when we first came into the truth. We used to catch brothers with trickery. And what do I mean? We persuade men through fear. So when they would come over to our house, and we would show them videos like martial law and race riots, and we would kind of persuade them, being persuasive through like showing them the said perils and the catastrophes to come, to push them into this truth, to kind of get them from tarrying, from teeter-tottering on the line. So that's the guile, or the trickery rather, I would say Paul was using in his day and with some of the people to get them to bite on the truth, in other words.
Yeah, I got a scripture on that too.
Go ahead.
This is Jude.
Joe, remember we talked about this, how like we there's no point that for us now, it's not even about that anymore. We know who we are, man. Honestly, we don't even have to go to the curses. We don't even have to use all these extravagant, like far-fetched biblical verses. Now I'll show you who we are according to the Bible, by your food, by your clothing, by the tools that you use to eat, by the instruments that you play, by the clothes that you wear, by the words that you say, by the things that you believe. I'm serious. Like I can really break down all of that through the book. I don't have to go to the curses. So this is why, these guys are like, you guys are all involved. Like, oh, what the, bro, we're beyond that. Now we're trying to find out what is the real message. Because we know now that Roman fucking mythology is here once again, and it's called Jesus Christ. In his New fucking Testament.
Jude 1 and 22 through 23, it says, and of some have compassion, making a difference, and others save with fear, pulling them out of the fire, hating even the spotted by the flesh.
God, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You have an individual on the internet who he died a couple years ago, an elder brother by the name of Naphtali ben Naphtali, right? And he said that Elder Bivens had the chart out there, and he said, "Oh yeah, I just got this to get people in, and then we tell them later that it's not true."
Abba Bibbins get up with that impressive voice and that stately manner and that white beard.
And he also used to wear a turban.
And he wore a white turban. And one time we were over there and they had the charts up. And they had the charts that said if you're Jamaican, you come from this tribe, and if you're from Barbados, it's that tribe, and boom, 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 boom. And read the book, said, hey, come on, Pop. What is, you know that ain't right. He said, of course, Danny, I know that's not right. He said, but that's the hook. That's how we get them into place, and we wire them up to what's true. Well, years later, after he passed away, and his sons and all of them, they either died or moved away, the Tanakh school began to teach those things as truth. This is the truth, And
first off, let's think about this, right? How would you expect people to trust you if you hook them in with a lie and then you told, oh, that was a lie the whole time? I just said that to get you in here.
We used to do this when we first came into the truth. We used to catch brothers with trickery. And what do I mean? We persuade men through fear. We used to catch brothers with trickery. And what do I mean? We persuade men through fear.
How would you expect people to trust you if you hook them in with a lie and then you told, oh, that was a lie the whole time? I just said that to get you in here.
So that's the guy, or the trickery rather, I would say Paul was using in his day and with some of the people to get them to bite on the truth.
Number one, if the first thing that you do to me is lie to me, that sets a horrible precedence for the rest of our relationship, our friendship, right? Number one. So that's not even sensible.
Neither deal falsely.
Go ahead.
Neither lie one to another.
Bible says neither lie one to another. Don't lie to your own people. Bible says neither lie one to another. Don't lie to your own people. All right? So when you got situations where, and I'm not calling anybody else out, but it's said, 'cause I wasn't there, but in certain situations, it was said that various different entities knew that the teaching of this 12-tribe chart, that it wasn't 100% truthful.
Man, and you want to know something, family? Motherfuckers should have never lied to people, period, man. Especially when you have this narrative as if the white man was the only one that did the shit since the beginning of time, and they have not, man. You guys were involved, bro. People that look just like you, maybe light more skin than you. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is nothing new under the sun, bro. Nothing new under the sun, man. Let's continue.
that it continue to be utilized. Well, you judge. You be the judge from what you just read. Is that lawful? It's like me telling you what you want to hear, but knowing that there's something else that I should be warning you about. How would you feel about that?
1 Peter 2:1, wherefore, laying aside all malice, you, all of you, all guile, every single one of y'all have it, including myself, and hypocrisies, we all have it, and envies, and all evil speaking. Wait, out of respect to the brother, I want to play this video, even though, it's the New Testament. It's all good, man. I mean, I'm not saying there's not good. Look, there is knowledge in the New Testament. What I'm trying to tell you, family, is that the Jesus that you think, that you believe in, that you claim is an Israelite, he's not in there like that. This is a straight Roman fucking Jesus. Straight up. And we're going to continue to prove that from now on. And, I'm inviting people. I'm inviting brothers to come in. Let's talk. Let's see what we can see together. When you let me know if I'm wrong. I don't ever have a problem, bro. Understanding when I'm wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? But, thank you. I don't know what you said, pure evil, but this is pure evil. Misleading people, knowing that what you're sharing is not true. I would forgive you if you're like, I didn't know, bro. And I forgive you, bro. Like, okay, cool. But bro. Nah, hell no. So let's continue to listen to this. This is good. Thank you, brother. Thank you for doing this, brothers, for us. Thank you, brother, for putting this together for the family, listening to this channel, man. Thank you, bro. This is Estudiantes for Wisdom's work. The sincere milk of the word that ye may grow thereby. It's time to dissect these people. Why? What's going on, man? You know what I mean? We like to put names on things, right? Or like to put titles on people. Okay, let me read it. For the Lord spake thus to me with a strong hand, and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of these people, saying, say ye not a confederacy. Tell all them to whom this people say a confederacy. Neither fear ye their fear.
We persuade men through fear.
Listen, neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid. A confederacy is like a group of people making you believe something.
Uno. Su cabeza y sus cabellos eran blancos como blanca lana. His head and his hairs were white like wood.
That's right.
White as snow. Como nieve, sus ojos como llama de fuego, and his eyes were as flame of fire. Sus pies semejantes al bronce fundido, and his feet like unto fine brass.
All right, so now look, listen. I've never actually showed you guys, but this is really fucking very important. Hold on a second. What am I doing, brother? This is not part of the window. Let's get a differentiation between copper. Hold on. No way. Go back, my friend. Copper. What is copper? Copper looks like this color right here, right? It looks orangey, orange type. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Okay. That's copper. That's why it's copper color. Huh? But hold on a second. Bronze looks like what? Oh shit! How do you spell that? I'm sorry, brass. Bronze. That's funny. Brass looks like moi. Okay, that's brass. That's copper. Okay, so now I'm going to put brass. Images. Okay? This is brass. This is copper. This is brass. This is copper. Brass. Copper. Brass. Brass, right? But brass, no matter how you want to read it, King James Bible says his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his hairs were as the flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass. Fine brass. That's this right here. That's the yellowish, kind of goldenish, like the skin tone of my son. Oh, by the way, burned in the furnace. Burned in a furnace. It was not copper. Hold on a second. Brass versus copper. Fuck faces. Let's get to the facts, Jack. Brass, copper. Brass, copper. Brass, copper. You see, it's not that hard. You see how it's not confusing. Brass, copper. Brass, copper. If it's insulting to you, then it should be. It should bother you that I'm talking to you like this. Because that's how far your stupidity has gone. You see this? So, for example, the reason the book talks about metals, purification, is the same reason why your blood tastes like iron. Okay? We need to stop being dumb by these things, fam. I'm going to show you something real quick, too. Let me see. Which one is this one? No, that's it. I think we saw that one already. Yeah, well, you know how it is. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me go back to this. Oh, wait, that's right. I did leave this out. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Why is it moving so slow? Get the basta, Mufasa. Let's see. So we did this. We did that. Okay, that's cool. We did that. I'm just trying to make sure I don't leave nothing out, fam. Let me show you this real quick. Is this a video? Nah. Okay, hold on a second. Is this it? Oh yeah, nah, it's all good. Anyways, all right. So I think we're done. You know, I was cordial. Brother came on. Thank you, brother, for showing up. I invited you guys to come on board and express yourselves and see if maybe we could come to a certain understanding. You know what I'm saying? But apparently y'all scared. So I'm just gonna finish it. I'm just gonna finish it with this right here, with this brother right here. He says some good stuff, man, and I'm gonna show him some love and shit. Peace out to you, brother. Let's go.
Is a picture of 4 Americans. This is what a real American looks like. White people are not American. They are Europeans. Black people are not American. They are Africans. Even white people and black people mixed together, a mulatto, still not American. A Mexican is more American than white and black people. Mexico is part of North America. There is no Central America. They only taught us that to reinforce the imaginary line that they call the border. Is there a Central Korea? Is there a Central Dakota? Is there Central Carolina? No, there's not. So why is there a Central Mexico? So you can think that they're not from here and they're not indigenous to these lands. The Europeans and the Africans, the white and black Americans, right, need to stop calling themselves that. They are only American if they possess one of these people's DNA, one of our DNA, Native American DNA. This is our corner of the world. This is the red man's land. So black people and white people need to stop referring to themselves as Americans. If you are African and you don't like African, tell us what country you are. We'll call you by your country. Nigerian, Senegalese, Malian, Ghanaian, right? And if you're European and you don't like European, fine. What country are you? Irish, British, French, right? So when you see people like these, just know that you're in their land. You're in our land. You are a foreigner here. I don't care how long y'all people been here.
That's important to show, family. You want to know why it's important to show? Because you got motherfucking foreigners out here that barely getting here with the little fucking European family just because they looking white and Cracker Barrel like and shit, and all of a sudden now they don't want you to be here because they are the real Americans. They, not you. Oh, shit, my bad. Hold on a second. Let me go back. Look what this stupid ass says.
You weren't born here, and you don't want people to immigrate here.
Because we have more than enough. Americans will work every single job. They just want to be paid a wage that's worth it. The only reason that we have illegal immigration and so much legal immigration is because the corporate lobby wants cheap labor and they can treat their workers like shit.
Are you gay and you hate gay people too?
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
I don't think it's hypocritical to come to a
It's
country
100%
and then say,
hypocritical.
we
I don't know.
shouldn't
That no
flood it
one
with
else is
foreigners.
allowed after.
I don't really want this guy in my country. I don't know.
I do. I want to elect that
Nah, I
guy
think
to,
you
I don't know,
gotta go.
Senate or something.
Get him out of our country. Get him out of our country. Are you guys okay with ICE racially profiling?
Oh, so we got a bunch of racists in the audience.
Would you be okay with people being here, immigrating here?
Probably not, no.
Listen.
Probably not.
Can I ask you
Probably
what?
not.
So you're just un-American.
Wait, I just want to
So
ask
you're
you
just
this.
un-American.
Wait, but
I
can
wasn't
I
born
just
here.
want to
I wasn't
ask
even
the
born
audience.
here.
You weren't born here?
No.
He speaks English, but he wasn't born here. It's like me showing up to this country, be like, yo, like, you know, because of imaginary division and shit. Like, get out of here, beaners, Mexicans, wetbacks, flicks. I don't give a fuck. Were you born here? No, but I don't care. They're the problem. Hypocritical maggots. Hypocritical maggots.
Do you think?
How else can you explain this? Look, check it out. Look how stupid people are.
Bad Bunny's a good choice for the Super Bowl.
It seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American artist, so sure.
He's
why
not an American artist, but
he's Puerto Rican. That's part of America, dear.
yeah, you don't think you have any problem with him saying like the ICE is? Well, do you think Bad Bunny's a good?
Hear that? Man, I only wanted to share this with you guys because apparently they think Bad Bunny, I don't know, like he's gonna play some shit. So like they're all mad. Oh, damn. Hold on. I left this out and I wasn't too sure about playing it. Let me see what it is.
Israel is God's.
Oh, this one. I see. I don't know. Hold on. Let me
My
see
sisters and brothers were supposed.
Nah. It's gonna, drive the topic elsewhere. Anyways, man, look, listen, unless you guys want me to add something else to this topic, I don't think I have any more. I think we covered a lot. And I asked questions. I invited people. I'm not trying to exclude anybody. Nor am I trying to impose some type of wicked spirit upon you. But what I want you to be aware of is that there are wicked spirits out there, and they want you to believe in what they're believing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end it with this video because, again, Christianity hasn't proven a thing. doves, baptism of water, breaking bread with wine, resurrection, being on a cross. That's not unique, family. That's not unique. It's like it's been around for a long time. So it's time for you to start questioning those, first of all, those gospels that they gave you. And then secondly, the rest of it. Because you got to start with the gospels. Because if you don't question the gospels, you're not going to get further into it. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Whether you like it or not, what they gave you wasn't even put together well. What they've done recently, though, is that they made a religion that wants you to worship this character right here. Cause. That's what they want you to worship. Cause. Cause. Look it up. QOS. Look up the word cause. And you're going to find out exactly what we're talking about. Let's continue real quick. Sorry, man. I almost forgot about this class.
Sus pies semejantes al bronce unido como el penny.
Right here. Penny? See, look, hold on. The penny?
¿La diferencia?
The brass penny?
¿Tienes?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Which is, remember what I said? So psychology first attacks your mind and then it gets your spirit. Neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid. Then it says, sanctify the Lord of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your bread. That's why, scripturally speaking, it says what? Don't be a respecter of people. Fear him. Show thyself approved unto God, not man. Sanctify the Lord of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. And this is what BHI, I'm telling you, BHI is doing is, you hear the regurgitating crap all the time, and then you find holes in their, whatever they call doctrine or devils, and you realize, no wonder you got holes. This is the same group of people that told us in 2000 the world was going to end. All of a sudden, we're supposed to forget that?
It will be blown off the face of the earth by the year 2000. It's talking about judgment day.
And he's coming back. And he's going to take down the white man, the Edomites. That's why your Pope is down in the ground. It's going to happen by the year 2000.
America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out in thermonuclear destruction.
This kingdom, America, is going to be destroyed before the year 2000.
Evil kingdom that God spoke of in the Bible. And all you so-called white people, your condemnation, you are condemned to what? Hell. And you're going to be in hell, you're going to be oppressed before the year 2000. Christ is going to come back.
You see, America is going to be destroyed before the year 2000 by thermonuclear destruction.
This is the same group of people that told us in 2000 the world was going to end. All of a sudden, we're supposed to forget that? Didn't they tell us Christianity brought us this situation? And don't forget that, but hey, forget about that. So neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid. Sanctify the Lord of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. I'm sorry, verse, should I read it? Yes. And he shall be for a sanctuary, but for a stone of stumbling, and for a rock of offense to both the house of Israel, and for the jinn, and for a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. So see, when you fear the Lord, and you listen to these people that are telling you, hey, no, don't read that. You out the spirit, Doc. Why? Nah, what do you mean? Why you believe in that, man? You out the spirit. No, you got to stay right here, within our books, right here. And because you believe them, psychologically speaking, then your spirit got afraid, and you believe them. Which is why a lot of you guys are in these classes, in these camps, wanting to step outside, but you're afraid. You know damn well I'm not wrong. Because they put the fear of spirits in you. Not the spirit, not the one you're looking for, not the spirit, but spirits. 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1, it says, now the spirit express it. I'm sorry, the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times, some depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits, doctrines of devils.
Seducing spirits and doctrines of devils.
I'm going to take you deep into some words and seeing what the hell we're talking about here. In case nobody's ever showed you guys, let's hear this word real quick.
Strong's G 4151 Pneuma.
Pneuma. So when people tell you, you got the Spirit, you got the Spirit, they don't even know what they're talking about. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So let's dissect this. Okay? Let's hear it again.
Strong's G 4151 Pneuma.
Okay, so we have that. Now that means Spirit. Holy Ghost. Spirit of God. Spirit of the Lord, my spirit. We're going to touch on some of these things, but we're not going to use this translation to touch on those, okay? I'm looking at something real quick. If the third person of a true and God, the Holy Spirit, co-equal, co-eternal with the Father and the Son, which some people call it the Trinity. Never referred to as a dispersonalized force, yada, yada, yada. Let's continue. Breath of nostrils of mouth. Remember that? Genesis, right? Okay. Now here is the curiosity where it started to kick in for me. We're going to look at soul. We already hear a lot of spirituality. Oh, you got to be spiritual. Oh, those Christians are so spiritual. No, you know, BHI said, man, you got the Spirit, you got the Spirit. You bringing out the scriptures, Oh, but they don't know what the Spirit word means. So let's go to this word right here. Compare G5590. Now check this out. Now it says this.
Strong's G 5590.
Suche. But when you read this, it's read like psyche in a sense. Change that to QU. Because when you look at this, you're talking about now the soul, the breath of life, right? But in reality, what are you trying to tell me here? When you say that this word, in its rootness of it, means psyche. It doesn't pronounce it that way, but it's the root word of psychology. The psychology. So it says now, let me close this up. It says, now the Spirit speaketh expressly. When people talk to you, you have to understand their psychology, the spirit, the spiritual psychology. How are they trying to communicate with you? What exactly is their intent? And you want to know something? Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. And that also means how they act and where they're coming from. Because no matter how many scriptures they say, because you know what? They'll tell me, oh, when I show you all these other books, they're going to be, oh, you're going out. You're folly, this and that. You got a spirit. Really? Okay, sounds good. But then you got people that say, I read the whole entire book. And they don't know crap. But yet, guess what? Satan read the entire book too. So what about that? Don't be fools. Now the Spirit speak it's expressly. It's kind of difficult for me to say. That in the latter time, some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits. It's not spirit. It's spirits, because the word spirit is ruach. This is not spirits. This is psychology. Giving heed to seducing psychologies and doctrines of devils, which then affect your spirit. It gets your mind first, and then it attacks your spirit. But see, if you don't know that, if you just think, oh, it's just spirit, oh, I don't know what spirit means, well, guess what? It has a lot to do with your mind. So what do these people, or what are they doing to destroy you? Okay, now I'm going to show you something real quick. They're using your mind, right? They're using your mind. That's where they attack you. That's where sin began. That's exactly what Wisdom of Solomon 14 said. It started with religion, but what did they put with that religion? What is the concept of? Religion means a group. And then remember the propaganda concept, the conscious development of the conscious, something about that, that it's important for them to psychologically change you first so then your spirit can follow. I'll give an example. When you have anxiety, what is that reason? Why are you anxious? Why you wake up sometimes in the morning, you're like, man, I don't know why, bro. See, you don't know what you're dealing with because you got a lot of psychology within you and you don't realize it's messing with your spirit, which is why Wisdom of Solomon 9, 13, and 14 says the mind and the spirit fight all the time. But one is a little more powerful than the other if you don't prepare yourself. Now, let me show you this real quick. And this is because, again, if it resonates with you, then you may understand. And if not, you're going to go and check out some other channels and, hey, go debate, man. Go enjoy yourselves. Go feel that flesh because that's what the spirit is about now. I want to feel the flesh now, man. I want to be angry. I want to be right. You selfless, like, what do you call it? You guys are idolaters of yourselves, man. Remember where they learned this from. Never forget, I showed you guys this book by Bishop Matthews, right? Where Sakari, ISUPK, IUIC, and GMS, and all these camps are all from. They can deny all they want. But guess what? When you look at them, you realize, what a bunch of hypocrites. What a bunch of hypocrites. Because this is where this BHI doctrine came from. We're going to dissect this one, and we're going to look some other ones too. It's not the only one, but it relates a little bit. I showed you this book, Black Israelite by Crowledge. So there, I'm not going to read thoroughly. I've seen it, I've showed it to you as before, but I want to point out some of these things. You see, this guy here, Pentecostal churches and its secret knowledge drawn from Freemasonry, Jewish Kabbalah, and African American conjuring. So it's talking about that the BHI's beginnings were of Freemasonry and Jewish Kabbalah and African American conjuring, meaning African stuff that you guys did over there. Now, we know what this star is like. I mean, you guys can ignore it all you want, man. You can ignore it all you want, but I'm going to show you what this star is really meaning and the relationship to the star. It's borrowed from popular esoteric sources, would have included Freemasonry, spiritualism, spirits, black nationalism, it's about being black and woolly, and African American versions of Orientalism. Very interesting. So, but that's not my point. We're seeing though that there's a history to this people, to this so-called Matthews that was teaching these people, because all of you who are so-called BHIs, you all come from this and don't deny it. You do. So now, if you say Christians are devils because they worship whatever, this and that, or they change the laws, okay, sounds good then. Well, guess who changed your stuff? You come from Kabbalist science and the hidden theology of Black Judaism. Where does this come from? It comes from here. Now, I've showed you guys other books, which is like the lost myth, the tribe, or the lost tribes of myth, and he actually talks about this. The commandment keepers, that's where they came from. One member of the commandment keepers. ISUPK knows this. IUIC knows this. GMS knows this. All the leaders of them camp leaders, they all came from this. Tell me I'm wrong. You're not. You will never tell me I'm wrong. Because you can't. The 6th and 7th book of Moses? Are you serious? Why is that? Because it says here, Moses became identified with Hermes Trismegistus, the emerald tablets. Wait a minute, hold on a second here. So now I'm going to read this to you. Matthew's personal papers and Scumdom Library in New York included 2 amulets, of geometric design and Hebrew words borrowed in part from the 6th and 7th book of Moses. Okay, now. Is that in our book, so-called Bible? Old, New, and Old, Apocrypha, and New? No, it's not. And did they ever share this with y'all? No, they didn't. These amulets offer an unparalleled view into the hidden transcript in the private settings where Rabbi Matthews performed the more secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of Black Israelism. Let me read that for you to. Let me read that again, so people can hear it in the back. It says, these amulets offer an unparalleled view into the hidden transcript in the private settings where Rabbi Matthew performed the most secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of Black Israelism. So everything that you hear about Black Israelites comes from this. This is their root, okay? The square amulet in Matthew's personal paper was modified from the second temple of the Spirit of Fire, found on page 16 of the 16th and 7th book of Moses. What makes the derivation of Matthew's diagram from the Laurent diagram Indisputable is the fact that the Delarance has produced a calligraphic error in the Hebrew that Matthews has repeated. The word at the bottom, haka'ak, meaning the power, has been miswritten. An errant vertical cross closes the gap. Look at that. What is that? Some kind of squared Hebrew diagram? What are you worshiping? In the middle letter, making it. I don't really want to get into it. I don't want to take too much time on this. Excuse me. It says here, let's see what else. There it goes. Look, it says here. The diagram consists of several Hebrew sentences printed over Magen David, literally a shield of David, or a 6-pointed star, which is common Kabbalist referent, man. So go watch that channel over there, bro. Go watch them. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy that beautiful so-called wicked star. Enjoy it, man. Because you're being led by spirits. And this is why it hasn't changed. These are the same people, just to tell you, because Christians will tell you, hey, being gay is cool. And, not the Republican ones, but, you go to church and they tell you, being gay is cool. It's okay. You can accept them, right? What's any different with that? Or, for example, you got these people in the streets now walking around with guns at camps.
Murder. Yo, get the fuck out of my face. Don't get in my face. Don't get in my face. Don't get in my face. Motherfucker. Hey, you trying to die tonight? You trying to die tonight? Yeah. What's up? Come on. What's up? Shit.
Yes, they have guns at camps, and they're telling them, well, we carry them in case somebody wants to get shot. But, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe yo soy un lelo, you know what I mean? Maybe I don't know enough, I don't know. Maybe I like to keep things simple. But if I recall correctly, I remember something in Luke saying something like this. Okay, I'm just saying. Luke 9, and it says here, and he said unto them, take nothing for your journey, neither staves, meaning sticks or a stick, nor script, meaning nothing planned to, I'm going to teach them this way. No. Neither bread, neither money, neither have 2 coats apiece. And whatsoever house ye enter into, there abide, and there thence depart. And whosoever will not receive you, when ye go out of the city, shake off the dust from your very feet for a testimony against them. No. But you know what? Sakari now, it's okay to carry guns. I don't know what other camp is doing it, but that's the psychology. That's the spirits. But again, why are they acting that way? Because this is the root of them. This is the root of them. So the understanding that supposedly Nate, the dirty snake, has, or General Johanna has, or whatever you camp owner has, your GMS, or whatever dumbass camp that you guys are listening to, that said that the end of the world within 2000, this is their root. Right here. This is their root. Jehovah? Oh, I'm going to show you what that means, bro. I'm going to show you what that means. Amulets, incantations. God is even possible that through the ritual use of these amulets and incantations, Matthew believes himself able to unify the triune parts of the Pentecostal Godhead. God is the Father, he is the Son, and they meet via the medium of the 8th fire, the Holy Spirit. The Kabbalist diagrams that Matthew based his parts on the publications of De Lawrence seems to have provided ritual blueprints for the embodiment of divine power in the manner consistent with reputedly Jewish. Didn't what's his name, the Sakari group? Didn't they say that they read the Talmud? You got time to study that, bro? It's very clear. So where are your sources? So your spirituality, where you guys come from, Black Israelism, was lived through secret spiritualists and Kabbalist rituals that taught openly through Masonic affiliates and Sunday schools. On a larger scale, the rise of mystical African American esoteric religions at a height of 1920. You see how they use knowledge righteously or unrighteously? Is it really to teach you to grow, to give you sincere information and knowledge for you to change? Or is it to make sure that they're the head and you're the tail?
The penny, the brass penny.
Proverbs 27:21, as the fining pot is, for silver. I'm sorry, as the fining pot for silver and the furnace for gold, so is a man to his praise. But then Proverbs 27:21 says, fire is the trial for silver and gold, and a man is tried by the mouth of them that praise him. The heart of the transgressor seeks after mischief, but an upright heart seeks knowledge. So the work has to be done. I'm showing you this so you can see, like, what there's so much out there that could easily confound you, and if you are not focused on what's really important, I've showed you examples of what really matters. It's not about knowledge. It's not about you knowing more than others. It's about how much more does it need for you to change within yourself, to let go of these old ways, to really, really be an example, not just to your family, but to the nations. Because a lot of you guys I don't think a lot of you guys think that way. Y'all hate these other nations, yet the scripture said, man, you're the example. You're the light. But you sure as hell don't show it. You don't show the light. Not one bit. Because you're afraid. It's because you are afraid. Let me show you some videos real quick. These are old ones.
Louis Farrakhan, who is another high-level Freemason who runs the Nation of Islam for the Archbishop of Chicago.
A lot of people could say the black community, as well as, specifically the Nation of Islam, they blame white supremacy when we know that those are truly issues.
So we have all these high-level Masonic leaders, black and white, of all these various different religions, working together for agitation among the peoples of this country, but never ever exposing the papacy as the true heart and soul and its real master.
The same people that created the Federal Reserve Bank, the same people that created the League of Nations, that eventually became the United Nations, the same people that created the Council on Foreign Relations, are the same people that created the NAACP and the Urban League, the Boule. These people are deceivers. A lot of preachers, I hate to say it, the devil have preachers.
If Allah is the God of heaven and earth, like you said, then you have to accept Him. Amen. And Him only. That's it. That's absolute.
That's a great mofo point, my friend. Who was he sacrificing to? Like, where did he get the concept of, like, not sacrificing what he was supposed to? Right? Like, why did he choose to sacrifice this way? I think it's 4. Genesis 4 says, 4:3, in the process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord, and Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof, meat. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and his offering. Now, keep in mind, I want you to pay attention to this, okay? Because we're going to go deep on this shit right here, okay? Remember and keep in mind that at this time, the only food that you could eat was herbal, not meat. But Abel gave a meat offering to the Lord, which Abel knew he wasn't supposed to eat. Cain, I don't know why, he just gave him the fucking vegetable offering. You get what I'm saying? Keep this in mind, family, that in this time you weren't supposed to eat meat. So let's not be mindful or disrespectful or disregard of the truth, at least that we're reading. We have to be mindful of everything that we're reading. So we know that Cain has a problem. He's emotional, fucking evil at times, right? Deceptive as hell. But at this moment, Abel, for some reason, he knows that, he's supposed to kill one of those animals. Now, let's be mindful, because Christmas Christians don't like this shit. Adam knew the commandments, which is why he taught the kids. And that's why he's like, how the hell did you give an offering to something else? Why did you do that, Cain? So it sounds to me that the offering to the Lord had never changed since the beginning of time. He wanted animals to be sacrificed. Cain said, fuck you, I want to give you some vegetables. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and his offering, right? But unto Cain, to his offering, he had no respect. He had not respect. Excuse me. And Cain was wroth and his countenance fell. So what was he mad about? Was he mad about the fact that he gave offering to another Lord? Was he mad about the fact that maybe he didn't understand the scripture? And he's like a stupid ass, hey, I'm just going to give you some fucking lettuce, Father. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be mindful of what this is saying, because keep this in mind. And Abel, he also brought of the firstling of his flock and the fat thereof. So Abel had animals already in control. And Cain said, no, I'll give you the vegetables. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Well, nah, I don't throw that at you guys, because then you'll go really nuts. So I'll just keep it back. But unto Cain and to his offering, he had no respect. So I hear what you're saying. Did he give an offering to another god? Or was he just stupid and didn't have the spirit to understand what God wanted? Because as you can see, the sacrificing of animals never changed since the beginning of time. Shit.
Who are you?
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, let's keep it 100. Let's continue. Oh, well, yeah, it's right here.
The problem.
What's the next one? Oh man, I don't know. It might have been that or that. I mean, like, you have to think about this right here. It says here, and she gave Genesis 4:2, and she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was keeper of the sheep. You see that? So let's go to the beginning. Genesis 4:1. This is why we have to really understand what we're reading. Okay, this is our book, family. I know you guys don't like that. I know you guys don't like to hear that shit. But if you look at the historical facts, I'll give an example of one historical fact. Okay. One big historical fact. Big, big historical fact. I will tell you that if you guys ever get the chance, read this book. Well, not that one. Which one is it? Hold on a second. Let me get it for you guys real quick. You guys have to get this book. What? Is it in within my fucking section? Shit? There's like 168 files. What's wrong with you? Oh, I see what you mean. Hold on a second, family. Let me show you something real quick. This is one of them. Okay? This is one of them. Okay? This one right here. This is a book that I would suggest for you guys to read. The View of the Hebrews. Ethan Smith, 1823. Okay? You see, in this book, it actually goes through examples, history, similarities, shows our people's religion and like other people's religion. And it really fucking demonstrates how close our beliefs are. Because like exclude religion. Like let's put it this way. What does Christianity say? Oh, don't sin, don't hold around, don't do nothing. But we already do that naturally. We didn't need religion to teach us that. We had it in us already. They made you believe that you had to learn that from them in order for you to be saved. But you already had it in you. I was born in Mexico, and I recall, man, like the way that we lived over there, like it was just, like no robes, like don't hold around, don't do nothing crazy. Like it was really just like that type of life in the city. Can't lie to us no more. The best thing is you can't lie to us no more because now we know our history. Let me see what you're saying. It almost seems like they switched positions. If you read it over and then you find out what the sacrifice is, it doesn't match, right? No, it doesn't. These foreigners brought a religion of human sacrifice. Because that's what Jesus is about. He's a human sacrifice. And they try to tell us that we're pagans.
I'm gonna tell you something, black man, you better watch these stinking Africans, man. Right. And they know you not the same people.
So where does all this anti-African rhetoric come from? Because their forefathers identified themselves as Ethiopian Hebrews. 1936 letter. So here's a 1936 letterhead, the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews. So let's go to the next slide. They can't say I'm making it up. So here we see is a membership card of the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews, SNDOC, 30 West 129th Street, Rabbi W.A. Matthew. Because this is the guy who's the father of this community that we see today. Very important stuff when you go research. Don't find out who these people are. Let's go to the next slide. Wow, here we go with a death certificate. When this man died, the father of the Hebrew groups that say they are anti-African.
See, this is what I'm saying. This guy right here, Rabbi Matthew. Rabbi Matthew. Do you know who this guy is? Do you guys even understand what he did? I'm going to show you a video.
God doesn't love Africans. Where on the death certificate does it tell us that the creator of this doctrine came from? Stinky old African. He comes from Lagos, Nigeria. Let's look at it. Rabbi, right? This is his death certificate. Whitworth, Matthews. This is the guy. This is your creator of your Israelite movement that hates Africa. So let's go to the next slide. That thing we saw earlier when it was Ethiopian Hebrews, so Ethiopian Hebrew large Masons under white folks. Wow. This is not my mail, this is his. So we go to the next slide. This is very interesting because the whole time we thought it was a Hebrew temple, it was a Masonic lodge, and he got raised by a pale white man. And now we see their new symbol today looks mighty like the compass and square. And we see two swords going through it, which is symbolic of the Royal Ark in Freemasonry. And now it's in this symbolism today, the Israelite school of the universal practical knowledge. The swords that are being seen right here are reflective of the Royal Ark degree in Freemasonry. So there's no coincidence with all of this. Because if you put a little line here and a little line here, you're going to wind up what they call a Magen David.
The Star of David, where does that symbol come from?
It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself.
Is it in the Talmud? Perhaps. Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no?
No.
Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from?
No. You got me.
Is it nobody knows,
Yeah,
huh?
I don't know. I'm not, yeah.
Because I know it's called the Star of David.
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with David?
No, I don't think so.
In Amos, God said, you took up for yourself the star, that's the sixth-pointed star, of your God, called Remphan or Kiyun. All these were names for Moloch, the great Baal, the great fire god, who was the devil. You get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism and of the Kabbalah.
The Jewish Tribune newspaper on October 28, 1927, stated, Freemasonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left?
So we see this nice little Magen David, 6-point star, some of us know. 1979, Rabbi Matthew passes. New leadership also name change from Royal Order to Israelite Rabbinical Academy. So they didn't wind up changing the name. Now they're Israelites.
Those who turn to Jewish traditions to augment their spiritual lives, in actuality are turning to Pharisaism. Jewish scholars admit the fact that modern Judaism is Pharisaism. Pharisaism became Talmudism.
So we see who got their hands all in this, Israelite culture. So then later, as eternal strife of commandment keepers will culminate, obviously, the direction causes problems, early separation from commandment keepers by Rabbi Abba Bivens. Abba Bivens will eventually create School of the Torah, Old Testament. Abba Bivens will be critically beaten and named Ariah, Yaakov, and Peter Sherrod, who said he came in a personage of King David leaders. Ariel will change teachings of Abba Bivens by adding Messianic New Testament, thereby forming what you know today is the ISUPK, the ICUPK, your Alliance of Israel, your AOC, and all the other people that exist, the ICIU and all that. Spin-off camps.
Numbers 15. The Lord said to Moses,
Speak to the people of Israel and tell them to make tassels on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, and to put a cord of blue on the tassel of each corner.
Deuteronomy 22.
It says, "You shall make tassels on the four corners of the clothing." This word for tassels is different. It's not tzitzit, it's gedalim. And it means twisted threads. And so it's in the sense of twisting. And so when you're looking at a tunic, we know that tunics often would have four corners, and here is a photo of a tunic. But you'll notice here that there's one corner, there's the other, and you can kind of see this other corner behind it, and they even have these tassels hanging down on each corner. The Katan Tali had this opening for the head so that you could wear it over your shoulders.
None of those people really look like you guys.
A lot of the founding of America was based on Moorish science. So again, Masonry is based on Moorish science. So they would have these Moorish advisors around them. If you look at old paintings...
Wait. Hold on a second. So you're Moorish science, right? So you're claiming to be a Jew, correct? You're claiming to be a Jew. How come you don't fit these curses? How come African Americans don't fit these curses? I mean, everybody fits these curses right here. These right here. Verse 15 through 20, everybody fits those curses. and then you start getting very interesting when you get into further these right here. And then you get even more interesting when you get into these right here. And then you get even more interesting when you start seeing these right here. Like literally, in almost every, every 10 verses, I have to question you.
So again, Masonry is based on Moorish science. So they would have these Moorish advisors around them. If you look at old paintings of George Washington, you will see George Washington standing next to a black man with a turban. And remember, when you see the black man with the turban, that's a Moor. That's not a slave. See, people automatically assume that black is slave, but slaves didn't wear no turbans. Because remember, slaves weren't allowed to practice no Islam or any other kind of religion except Christianity.
Moorish Science Temple of America. Founded in Newark, New Jersey, in 1913 by Timothy Drew, known to followers as Noble Drew Ali and also as the Prophet. Drew Ali thought that all blacks were of Moorish origins but had their Muslim identity taken away from them through slavery and racial segregation. Noble Drew Ali wrote, "Black Americans were actually Asiatics who descended from the Moabites." Teachings of Noble Drew Ali from the Moorish Questionnaire, better known as the Moorish 101. Number 5. Who is Noble Drew Ali? He is Allah's prophet. 17. What is our religion? Islamism. Number 87. In all reality, what is a Negro? A Negro is a four-legged animal. 88. What is meant by the word black? Black, according to science, means death. 90. What does Ethiopia mean? Ethiopia means something divided. 91. Can a man be a Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? No. 94. Will you define the word white? White means purity. Purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. The Nation of Islam grew out of the contested succession to Drew Ali and became a separate organization in Detroit in 1932. In addition to the main body of Freemasonry derived from the British tradition, there are now a number of appendant groups which draw their membership from the higher degrees of Freemasonry.
So now you can see how that we got some history on this shit. Okay, so now we're seeing the whiteboard and black. Now we're looking at the blackboard right here. Blackboard.
The Divine Nine is something new to you. It's not new to us. So we have a lot of people we know involved in those things, right? We know of them, but they don't even know that it's tied to Freemasonry. A lot of them don't. But I guarantee you my grandmother was ignorant.
He petitioned the Massachusetts state legislature for funds to educate children of color. He opened his home as a school to provide an education to adults of color. The Deputy Grand Master, Brother Nero Prince, became Prince Hall's successor as Grand Master, followed by George Middleton, then Peter Lew, and then the well-known John T. Hilton, who recommended a Declaration of Independence from the English Grand Lodge in 1827 and the assumption of powers and prerogatives as an independent Grand Lodge.
It's natural sometimes when you speak to speak, you know, like this or whatever. You know, I see my dad do it all the time.
They genetically modified the beings that were on our cousins before we became Homo sapiens, whatever we were. They genetically modified, probably making us a lot more dumbed down, because that's where you get the junk DNA.
Oh, interesting.
We've been disconnected. Our brains were bigger. Our cousins' brains were much bigger than our brains right now, which means they were probably much smarter. The pineal glands were probably bigger as well.
Some books you don't believe. You have some Israelites that believe these people over here are the Israelites and these are not, and you can't tell me nothing. And you have some Israelites that, you know, believe that certain races are connected to the devil. are Satan, and this is what they teach. You know, like so Satan's children incarnate, walking on this earth, are a group of people, and so there's different teachings and doctrines that every Israelite, I guess, assembly or camp has.
I said, okay, let's do it in person at our school in Atlanta.
Both of these dudes like to get butt plug. I just want to say that. Y'all are both fucking funny, bro. Shut up.
He responds back. He says, no, let's do it neutral ground. We'll get a building. We're going to charge people. And don't forget, if I win, this is how you also know when a nigga's scared too. A nigga be talking too much.
And so the same thing he did with TOTW, you know, he didn't want to be asked certain questions by TOTW and the audience. So he made it very clear that he's not taking certain questions. And when it started getting heated, he had to leave, and he tried to say, well, you're going to say, well, the wicked flee when none pursue it. You know, that's just a cop-out. You know, we know you don't want to ask no questions. You don't want to step up to the plate.
It is what it is, bro. You ain't even had a debate. Has he had a debate?
I've never seen any of his debates. I've never even heard of him being a debater.
All right. So if you want to do the debate, we can do it right here in the building that I'm sitting at in Atlanta, Georgia. If not, you're scared. It is what it is. Go ahead, D.
Hey, and I got my ticket. I'll get my ticket right from Seattle to Atlanta. I'll be there live in the flesh.
For your super chats and super stickers, we appreciate you. We are a listener supported a platform, so thank you for all the
Pandering and shit. Hey, I need to pay my baby's mama's bills and shit. Look, she says it after. Watch.
to give. And like Brother Ron, I have a large family, so I appreciate it. You can destroy.
Hey, somebody please give me some money, because, you know, I got some babies to breastfeed and shit. Shut the fuck up. This is pandering, and y'all are stupid for giving them money. Fucking dumbasses.
Construction mode says Sakari standing with Ron. Just share the link. So just want to point that out.
How much money do you ex-Sakari members give? How much money do you ex-Sakari members give these people, bro? Like, how much money? For how many years? Like, just number all the money you get, you put together. Like, you probably each one gave them like maybe $4 or $5 grand out of your money every year. If you could, okay, maybe like $2 grand. I mean, if you're all about it, fuck, man, you fed them. You fed their wicked ass habit of getting plugged in the butt.
Deacon destruction mode says Sakari standing with Ron. Just share the link. So just want to point that out, as well as
point out that you supported butt plugging. All you Sakari followers were supporting butt plugging for a long time. None of you guys have any fucking thing to stand on except getting butt plugged like your leader. That's the sad part. Now let's finish it with this. Good night, fam.
Doctrines of the Talmud and the Kabbalah are also creeping into churches and being taught as Christian doctrine.
Take out $1 out of your pocket. Look at the Great Seal. You'll notice in between the wingspan of the eagle, you will see the Star of David, made out of 13 stars. Now, why is the Star of David there?
Around that star is the Shekinah glory cloudburst, symbolizing the Shekinah glory that was over the tabernacle. George Washington said, I want that to be on the dollar so that people will recognize the contribution that the Jewish people have made to the United States of America.
Not only are today's Christians being taught to be pro-Jewish and pro-Israel. For example, many pastors will use the term Shekinah as if it was something from the Hebrew Old Testament, when in reality, the word is never found in the Bible one time.
So the Shekhinah refers to the divine presence.
And it's a feminine word, by the way. It's not masculine.
For example, if Moses de Leon had come out and said, I have an idea, God is a woman, that might not have gone over so well. But now he was saying that the ancient Rabbi Shimon was teaching us about Shekhinah, the feminine half of God, and her romance with her divine partner.
Oh, shit! I told you guys that Man, I've been. We've been talking about Roman mythology, Roman goddess, Roman gods, Janus, all of that fucking Aphrodite or what is that called? The Aphrodites, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, come on, man. The reason why this is happening now, it's because you guys never listened.
The Holy One, blessed be He.
So there is a belief that God could be both male and female.
The Shekhinah is the indwelling presence of God.
Sorry, family. I'm sorry. Like I gotta play this back, man. I gotta play this back.
The strange
Do you understand? Do you understand? Like, no, this ain't no strange doctrine. This has always been in Christianity. It always has been. The moment you brought the Queen of Heaven into the concept. Do you understand what I'm saying? Christmas Christians. You totally fed into when you totally fed into what they gave you. Nasty ass Queen of Heaven. Now, some of us have talked about this topic. Dualism. But then now we got to get into like some fucking Zoroastrian shit. Because this is Zoroastrian, Hinduism, all of that stuff, family. So then now we got to figure out, like, okay, well, what are you then? What do you believe in? Continue.
Doctrines of the Talmud and the Kabbalah are also creeping into churches and being taught as Christian doctrine.
Take out $1 out of your pocket. Look at the Great Seal. You'll notice in between the wingspan of the eagle, you will see the Star of David, made out of 13 stars. Now, why is the Star of David there?
Around that star is the Shekinah glory cloudburst, symbolizing the Shekinah glory that.
Why is there 13 stars? There should be 12. Are you talking about 12 and then the Messiah? Or because you guys used to burn our people 12 to 13. Anyways, let's continue.
Was over the tabernacle. George Washington said, I want that to be on the dollar so that people will recognize the contribution that the Jewish people have made to the United States of America.
See how all of you guys like, Jews will not replace us. Nah, they give you your home, you stupid ass fucking Nazis.
Not only are today's Christians being taught to be pro-Jewish and pro-Israel. For example, many pastors will use the term Shekinah as if it were something from the Hebrew Old Testament, when in reality, the word is never found in the Bible one time.
So the Shekhinah refers to the divine presence.
And it's a feminine word, by the way. It's not masculine.
For example, if Moses de Leon had come out and said, I have an idea, God is a woman, that might not have gone over so well. But now he was saying that the ancient Rabbi Shimon was teaching us about Shekhinah, the feminine half of God.
Like the Shekhinah, that Shekhinah. I want to. That's how they make it real. The Shekhinah. Now it matters. Now it matters. Get your demon out of here.
In her romance with her divine partner, the Holy One, blessed be He.
So there is a belief that God could be both male and female.
The Shekhinah is the indwelling.
He's moving his arms. Okay, so let me show you something I've learned.
Both male and female.
Like, growing up and shit.
So there is
Look how he's moving his arms. He's moving his arms to like massage you in to his thought process, okay?
Belief that God could be both male.
See that? Like, he massages like he's
And
like
female.
massaging his arm like or maneuvering his arms, kind of like you
The
gotta
Holy One,
understand
blessed be He.
that that's real. This is what they're being taught to tell you. That's what it means. That's like you just gotta kind of like maneuver it within your thought process. Trust and believe that God is a woman and a man. He's a transvestite. Like that's basically what they're trying to say at the end of the day. Like this is really what they're trying to say. You really don't believe it? Okay, let's continue.
So there is a belief that God could be both male and female.
The Shekinah is the indwelling presence of God in the universe. It's what emanates from the being of God. But for Jews, Shekinah and God are one and the same, and it is almost forbidden to separate them.
Okay.
God simply manifests himself or herself in the form of the inspiration of the
All Talmudic fucking bullshit, Ben Shapiro worshiping dumb shit. And every single one of you Christmas Christians thinks that these guys are the chosen people of God. They're worshiping demons. They're studying, practicing the Kabbalah, which is within the Talmudic fucking Mishnah. Come on. What is wrong with you guys, man? Y'all gonna act like, oh no, this doesn't happen. This guy's just full of shit. You know what bothers me the most is Rasa, bro. Like you guys are the most, man. I'm not even gonna insult you today because I've kind of had it with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, bro. I'm trying to wonder, like, are we even the same people?
Shekinah.
Shekinah is something that's part of the Talmud, something that's part of Judaism, not Christianity. And yet, how many Baptist preachers have used that phrase, Shekinah glory, in church, and it's not even scriptural?
Friends, we need to grasp this, that the Shekinah glory is in us. This presence that we talk
And reading and
presence
looking
that came-
at books that talks about, how there's words that like maneuver incantations and shit. So like you're sitting there and he's like, like he mentions his name with an intent, right? You don't think this is like
glory
straight fucking like keeping you in power of that spiritual realm?
Christianity. And yet,
you're in there thinking that God is there, but no, that's who's there.
how many Baptist preachers have used that phrase, Shekinah glory, in church, and it's not even scriptural?
Friends, we need to grasp this, that the Shekinah glory is in us. This presence that we talked about, this presence that came in this upper room to the disciples, this Shekinah glory, it's in us as believers.
The Bible? Kingdom of darkness wants to bring in the Shekinah glory, a counterfeit glory, which is actually the wife of the microprosopis, which is part of the Kabbalah tree. It's a six-pointed star. It's Metatron's cube. Metatron is, and I'm just going to give you some terms you probably don't understand, Meshiach ben Yosef, which maps to our biblical Antichrist, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. It's the same guy, but that guy has a wife. And just like Christ has a wife called the church, Antichrist has a wife called Shekinah.
See this? Let's go back a little bit. I missed this. I want to hear this fucking dumbass.
And I'm just going to
as believers.
Let's go.
The kingdom of darkness wants to bring in the Shekinah glory, a counterfeit glory, which is actually the wife of the microprosopis, which is part of the Kabbalah tree. It's a six-pointed star. It's Metatron's cube. Metatron is, and I'm just going to give you some terms you probably don't understand, Meshiach ben Yosef, which maps to our biblical Antichrist, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. It's the same guy, but that guy has a wife. And just like Christ has a wife called the church, Antichrist has a wife called Shekinah. So they're trying to bring Shekinah into a third temple.
The Jewish mystical set of beliefs known as Kabbalah, fixing human beings by making them androgynous, will also repair the God.
But you know what? Do you see any, or do you hear any churches talking about that shit? Shekinah. Let's find out who that is. Shekinah. Who are you, you demon? Shekinah, the demons of the Jews. English transliteration of a Hebrew word meaning dwelling or settling, and denotes the presence of God in a place. Ah, so you don't really want to know, you don't want to let us know who she is. So hold on, let me rephrase it. Shekinah, goddess. And then it says, Shekinah, divine. Oh, there we go, my friend. You see, it doesn't take much to fucking do it. Shekinah, like Shaka Khan, the divine feminine. This Kabbalistic concept has been embraced by Jewish feminists. So Jewish women are embracing Shekinah. Okay, my friends. So this is where you hear all of these. Oh, my bad. The video. Which, okay, well, I guess we watch it. This is where you hear this right here. Shekinah.
Odds.
Because of some Khazar bitches. Let's go.
Of the inspiration of the Shekinah.
Shekinah is something that's part of the Talmud, something that's part of Judaism, not Christianity. And yet, how many Baptist preachers have used that phrase, Shekinah glory, in church, and it's not even scriptural?
Friends, we need to grasp this, that the Shekinah glory is in us. This presence that we talked about, this presence that came in this upper room to the disciples, this Shekinah glory, it's in us as believers.
The Bible? Kingdom of darkness wants to bring in the Shekinah glory. A counterfeit glory, which is actually the wife of the microprosopis, which is part of the Kabbalah tree. It's a six-pointed star. It's Metatron's cube. Metatron is, and I'm just going to give you some terms you probably don't understand, Meshiach ben Yosef, which maps to our biblical Antichrist, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. It's the same guy. But that guy has a wife. And just like Christ has a wife called the church, Antichrist has a wife called Shekinah. So they're trying to bring Shekinah into a third temple.
The Jewish mystical set of beliefs known as Kabbalah, fixing human beings by making them androgynous, will also repair the gods and return them to their androgynous state. The androgyny agenda is a religious agenda. It is a Kabbalistic agenda. This androgyny-based ancient religion holds that human beings must and will return back to their original state of androgyny and mirror the gods, who will follow suit and once again become androgynes when the world has been repaired. As above, so below. Humanity was created about 6,000 years ago in the androgynous form of Adam, and must return to that androgynous state in the world to come. The Messianic age, which is about to begin, will not arrive unless and until human beings are converted back into androgynes.
It says the 8 genders in the Talmud, okay? It says in the Talmud, a huge and authoritative compendium of Jewish legal traditions. It says a car male, something female, androgynous, having both male and female characteristics, tatum, lacking sexual characteristics. Oh, yeah, I remember reading about this. I can't remember where exactly it's at. My bad. Hold on, maybe they'll show the page. In fact, not only did the rabbis recognize 6 genders that were neither male nor female, they had a tradition that the first human being was both. That's right, Adam. Versions of this midrash, it's a minutes in the midrash, in the Mishnah, are found throughout the rabbinic literature, including the Talmud. That's very true, family. Basically saying Adam was both, like, you know, it had a penis and a vagina and shit. That's why they got the power in the media, and that's what they always sexualize shit. They always have sex and shit, sex, you know, homosexual sex, lesbian sex, you know, LGBT sex, straight hetero sex, like, you know, even insinuating child sex. Like, they do this shit. They're in power. They're in the media, bro. This is Khazars. Look, this is no different than what is that tennis player? Venus, Serena Williams. Bro, that's not a girl. That's a dude. I don't care. They come in all kinds of colors, bro. That's a dude. Serena Williams is a dude. Are you kidding me? Please stop the cap. Share something with y'all. This right here, I think a lot. I've spoken to, you know, men, like old brothers, men and shit. You know, and they've experienced some stuff. I've experienced some stuff. You know what I'm saying? But this right there, that's not an option. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not an option. I think that if any man, any grown ass man has ever been abused, you know, and
this one's gonna ruffle some feathers, but
you know, they didn't like fall into this whole fucking funny shit. I think you could understand it because I've had conversations with them, right? But this right here, right? That's a dude that goes through the process, okay? So this kid at 2015, that's what he feels like. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. So you guys need to be careful, all you guys that are out there fucking around. So I find this very odd. Because, like, you know, us, you know, I don't know, us individuals, I don't want to say us men, because, you know, it sounds like stupid and shit. Us individuals that understand ourselves, like, that's not a choice. Like, it's not like, oh, it's a fucking choice. Nah, dog, it's not a choice. It's like, that's just not like your lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? It's not a choice. So here, this girl says one fucking important point.
it's Wednesday. Why not? Have you ever heard a conservative person, specifically a conservative man, say that sexuality is a choice, that these people are choosing to be gay? Okay. You've also heard me say a person's perception of the external world is a direct reflection of their internal world. Hold on to that for just a minute. If somebody says that sexuality is a choice, okay, it's because they are at the very least bisexual. Now hear me out. The reason why these conservative men think that gay people are making the choice to be gay is because they are making the choice to present as straight to the rest of the world. And they're pissed off about it too, which is why they're so angry, so volatile. Why they hate gay people so much, because these gay people are comfortable enough with who they are to live authentically. Y'all, they think it's possible because they're making the choice.
I think that's funny because there's this guy named Mike Johnson. I'm sure you guys know about him. I'm sure you heard about him. You know, Mike Johnson, the Republican, senator, I think. He says he has an app with his son that checks their phone in case they go searching for homosexual shit. The wife even fucking joined an organization that like changes like gay men into straight men, and she married him. So I remember listening to her. She's like, "Oh, I had a calling. I had a help." She's like, "Mike Johnson, don't be gay. Stop getting butt plugged, bastard. You know what I mean? Be a man, damn it." I don't know, bro. It's kind of funny to me, but you know what, man? This is where we're at. We're almost done.
The Bible is clear from Genesis to Revelation that God is a he, not a she. And to teach that God is both a he and a she, you've got a different God. The Christian Bible teaches that man was made in the image of God. And in 1 Corinthians chapter 11, the Bible says that a man ought not to cover his head for as much as he is the image and glory of God, but the woman is the glory of the man. So according to 1 Corinthians 11, man is not to cover his head because man is in the image of God as opposed to woman. That's why even in Genesis 1:27 it says, "So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them." They were created male and female, but he was created in the image of God. What does it mean to be in the image of God? To look like God. Because when Jesus walked on this earth, he was a man. And God the Father is masculine. And so this is a blasphemous teaching of New Age mysticism, of worshiping, Mother Earth and the female spirit and the goddess and the Kabbalah and the New Age. That's where all this stuff is coming from.
This is the shape of the letter Shin, Hebrew alphabet Shin. Very interesting letter in the language. It's the first letter in the word Shaddai, the first letter in the word Shalom, first letter in the word Shekhinah, which is the name of the feminine aspect of God.
Live long and prosper, image of Sirach, father of all we now hold true.
It's great. It's great. People don't realize they're blessing each other with this.
Here, I want to show you this video. I haven't seen this in a long time. Let me see what it says. Wait. He said Damon, son to Jacob. He called himself with that shit. Oh, fucking wow. You guys, you Canaanites are the motherfucking funniest ones I've ever met. Edom's funny, man. Edom's funny. You know what I'm saying? I realize now, Edom's funny. But damn, You Canaanites are like on another level, bro. Anyways, I would have wished somebody would have clicked the link. Not just the homies. Maybe you're afraid. You can't be that afraid. There's no way that you can be that afraid, bro. You're afraid of this channel? I thought you guys were saying that we're stupid. We don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying?
La Virgen de Guadalupe.
Listen, okay. So I said I was gonna finish it with that, but I want you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play this and then some music, and then we're done. Okay, fam. Yeah, have a good night. Appreciate you being here, but I need you to hear this once more.
La Virgen de Guadalupe no bajó del cielo. Fue el invento más divino del imperio para someter con fe a los mexicas, aztecas, otomis, chichimecas, etc.
But nevertheless, it's interesting to see that they were so focused and so interested in the Hebrew scriptures that they wanted to found a country based on its dictates. The Hebrew language was also very popular. It was very popular in the place of higher education in those days. And in fact, until today, the old universities, Harvard and Yale, the Ivy League schools, you can see God's name or various other words written in Hebrew on the seals, the emblems of the schools. At the time of the American Revolution, interest in Hebrew was so widespread that members of Congress proposed that Hebrew be the official language of this country.
They have submerged you real Jews to implement themselves as the real so-called Jews. They have erased all your history in order to claim what they can never measure up to. And we see it in their children. How many of their daughters can't be virgins past 14 years old? This goes for black and white children. Black and white children. They cannot be virgins past 14 years old. They don't have the spirit of patience, I guess. I don't know, man. This is why America is so fucking crazy with promiscuity. What other nation of people actually talk about like that? Don't do that stuff. But like that, I mean, this is promiscuity within themselves. Democrats, Republicans, black, white. They don't mind being promiscuous. They are trying to mimic a people that they can never measure up to. Those are facts.
He says that the Puritans, the early settlers, when they emigrated from England, they looked at themselves as reenacting, as paralleling the Jewish people leaving the oppressive Egypt. England was the oppressive, slave-driven society of Egypt. The king of England was the new Pharaoh. The Atlantic Ocean was the Red Sea that they were now crossing through. And America, the new promised land, the new Israel. They were the new Israelites.
That the new promised land, you motherfuckers, wake up, you dumbasses. You know what I'm saying? They're slapping you guys around, acting like you guys are dumb. You guys are just fucking dumb. I mean, what is it going to take? Unless you guys are really that dumb, then I'm just surrounded by a bunch of dumb people. No, and I know I'm not. Let's go.
That wanted to establish a new covenant with God in the new promised land.
So let's go to the exploration of America. How is America a Jewish project? The whole idea of the separation of church and state, where did that come from? Well, that's also a Marana project. Persecuted by the church, some of these persecuted people said, wait a minute, maybe religion and state should be two different things. At its exploration, America came out of a Hebraic project, desire to go back to what once was, in the time of the Bible, a Hebrew republic.
Kabbalah was an ancient mystery tradition that Jews adopted in Egypt and then brought to Palestine and incorporated into Judaism. And this is why Solomonic knowledge, which often, of course, is extolled in Freemasonry, was seen as a kind of Egyptian knowledge.
Let me share something with you. Let me share something with you, family.
At its
Hold on.
exploration, America came out of a Hebraic.
Let me share something with you, okay? Because we read it earlier, so I'm going to share it. I'm going to share with you who said that.
Project, desire to go back to what once was, in the time of the Bible, a Hebrew republic.
Kabbalah was an ancient mystery tradition that Jews adopted in Egypt and then brought to Palestine and incorporated into Judaism. And this is why Solomonic knowledge, which often, of course, is extolled in Freemasonry, was seen as a kind of Egyptian knowledge.
That guy right there is the Noah that we were reading about with regards to who was saying that the 10 tribes of Israel were identified. Again, this is from Image Library of Congress. So the people here in this country know who the hell you guys are. It ain't Negroes. It ain't Negroes. Shit. It ain't Negroes. Shit. Listen, man. Prove to me that you are, bro. Matter of fact, we can even go to, like, if you like, we can go to scripture in the Deuteronomy part, or we can go into the historical aspect of, like, what you eat, what your clothing is like, certain words. Like, I want to learn from African folks saying that they're Israelites. And where is there an African word that you can find in the Bible? Because when it comes to us, we can find a lot of our words in the translation, in the concordance that relates to the Bible. So anyways, Major Noah, that's the guy. That's the guy that we're talking about. Right there, that guy.
is the Abrahamic blessing.
And get a great big missile and blow that wicked dome of the rock plumb off of the spot where it's standing right now, so we can get that third temple rebuilt and usher in the coming of Jesus.
The golden age of America begins right now.
Destructive force of 85,000 tons of explosive.
New Pope's prayer at the Vatican, his translator claimed Mary to be God.
That's all I wanted to show you, man. Just wanted to show you how evil people are. Whatever, whatever. Doesn't matter, man. You guys aren't even listening, anyways. That's the sad part. I think a good portion of you guys are. Black Truth Uncovered. Stop being scared. Y'all too scared, bro. There is what do you call that thing? Oh, that's right. There's this thing called whoa, relax. There's this thing called logic. Like, common sense. And I think a lot of us forgot about it. I think we were focusing so much on the details and shit. You know what I mean? Like the detail. Like, look at the word. Look at the translation. Look at what it's saying. And we weren't really looking at like what it's really telling us in front of our face. I'll say it like this, man, because I experienced it. There was other brothers that had channels out there, or at least one brother. He had a channel, good brother, I guess good brother and shit. He posting stuff out, doing all these things, and they just all of a sudden we disagreed, and they all just went. He grabbed a couple people that went against. I think he grabbed a couple people to turn against me. But then I'm not saying like, oh, that's not their fault. Yeah, y'all grown men and shit. You should have known better. But look at what it's turned into. You know what I mean? It's sad, bro. It's sad that our people cannot get along or cannot get together. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I listen, man, I would have broke bread with that brother, bro. But he started showing me some weird shit. And then I found out through other people, like, yeah, you got a problem. So sometimes you got to be mindful, family, because it's not it's not always you that has the problem. Sometimes there's the other people that have the fucking motherfucking problem. So anyways, I hope whatever I shared with y'all today is meaningful. Hopefully you guys can appreciate it, edification, whatever. It's sad that it's sad that a lot of you guys didn't hit the link. I don't know why you guys are so scared of my channel, bro. But shit is sad, man. No muerdo way. Let's go.
This is the cipher tweet. Ahora Babylon real. En esta ocasión traigo a los gangsters más gangsters de la zona. Y vengo con la familia gang. ¿Cómo dice? Llaman a real. Traigo el mensaje puro y crudo para el momento. No palabras vanas que rompen los sentimientos. Lucharé y derribaré los muros del lamento. Míreme pues te daré los sueños que están muertos. Nunca el demonio dio mensajes de amor, pero tampoco los dio el ángel que nos abandona. Quizás miremos diferente el reloj, pero tu cielo es el infierno donde el amor murió. Political violence, criminal silence, physical redemption hasta que acabe el baile. Typical style, musical fraile, mucha es la promesa en la que se han llevado el aire. Love, 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 siente verdad como no en mi corazón. No more, no more, no more, it's a reggae cypher, feed the world. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, throw the tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, throw the tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Fue que me brotaron alas y ganas de volar, en las buenas mi terreno lleno, en las malas solar. Un muro que decorar, mis hermanos me sirven de guía, mi estrella polar. Guarda los hilos, me duele hasta respirar, solo quiero ver verdad. Sigo buscándome lejos de lo que piensas, más fácil de lo que crees, el esfuerzo trae recompensas. Vale la experiencia si es intensa, no tires de la cuerda si está tensa. Miraban al ocaso con tristeza, las estrellas devolvían con grandeza su mirar. Nos vimos floreciendo en la maleza, la belleza de las piezas y comienzan a encajar.
What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, throw the tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, throw the tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
51, 52, con un micro de bambú, más vueltas que Passepartout. Me siento en la old school, it's magnetic kung fu, it's a reggae magnatur, por las almas sonrientes que acompañan a Zazú. En bambalinas y balú, son rimas de menú, no salidas de Benur, pero cálida y del sur. Homie, always lonely, but I feeling like a gangsta. 52, 53, a mí sí me ves venir, por eso me llaman King, ese fue mi devenir. De marchar o seguir, nunca tuve que elegir, la music me eligió a mí, no tengo nada más que decir. Saifa, Puniga, Loba, Grimble, Fire, Killerman, Smoke, Chusta, feel like a Rasta, Child Metal, Kimanes, original a reggae Saifa again.
Interna en la villa del pingüino, entre los Kalin en la antena y los que se encuentran dormidos zarandean tus emociones cual barril de vino, cosas feas quizás en tus ideas, pero aquí no, yo no atino, disparo sin mirar a todo aquel vampiro que el diente quiera hincarme, bro. Si lo digo, no es para pensar, sino para aclarar lo que de siempre estás pensando. Acaba el tan magnífico, imposible de torcer metal, sustama, warriors again, making connection after connection, my new world, creating the freedom from them, me more. Nanny boy, represent this game.
What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, throw the tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, throw the tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo
falta
aquí.
presentación si existe nivel. Sobreviviendo en Babilonia escribí al papel mis problemas cuando al final pude entender que para ser feliz solo tienes que querer, que solamente hay una vida y es para vivir. Busca siempre una alternativa para seguir, no dejes nunca que te digan que no es así, y prende un poco de sativa para estar chill. Ey, superando ansiedades con el humo de cancha, manchas de un pasado trágico en la cancha. Seguimos siendo fuertes, su mierda no me engancha, mientras otros esperando a que lleguen en lancha. No matter where you come, no matter where you come from, solo importa que prestes atención a este sound. Desde the original, Killerman al mando. Oh na na na.
Ahora soy un warrior, sonido legendario. Disfruto cada segundo cuando me subo al escenario. Tengo fuego en los labios, sigo cual mercenario. Pasos de gigante y cora revolucionario. Siento que es necesario, suena el reggae en los barrios, para que cale el mensaje y para salvar a los más sabios. Entre mi imaginario, quemo cheques bancarios. Si vienes con la mala vibra, mejor bro, cambia tu itinerario. Ya, 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 ya. Cuando ruge el león suena la música real. Venimos con el ya, 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 ya. Sonido de guiones, el sonido original. Ya, 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 ya. Reggae de corazón es el que se hace en unidad. Ya, 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 ya.
What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Y va de nuevo mi tono.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si nos topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados, de coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones,
llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
Es el perrito de la selva. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo el expresidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Guanas, Montegreen, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa perros 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, ey, los machilones de la plaza. Oye, DJ Dundek en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí dominamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros, estarán pena. Yo soy tú. Eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.